horror enthusiasts. Today, we're going to dive into the world of camping horror, where the chills and thrills are in full swing. So, imagine this: you're out in the wilderness, surrounded by nature's beauty, when suddenly, you hear a rustling in the bushes. Your heart races as you try to discern whether it's a harmless animal or something more sinister. The tension builds as you wait for the next sound, and when it comes, it's even more terrifying than you could have imagined. That's the magic of camping horror, where the fear of the unknown is amplified by the seclusion of the great outdoors. It's a genre that has captivated audiences for decades, and it's not hard to see why. So, if you're a fan of the spine-tingling, the pulse-pounding, and the downright scary, then camping horror is definitely your cup of tea. Thanks for joining us today, and don't forget to follow and subscribe for more thrilling content. Stay spooky, my friends. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the dusty trail. I took a deep breath, savoring the crisp mountain air. This was it, my last patrol. 15 years I'd spent in this uniform, walking these trails, protecting this park. 15 years of scraped knees, close calls with bears, and enough paperwork to wallpaper my entire cabin. Tomorrow, it all ends. Retirement. Fishing. Maybe finally getting around to reading that stack of books gathering dust on my nightstand. I chuckled to myself. Retirement, I muttered under my breath. The word felt foreign, like a label for someone else. Someone who wasn't still haunted by the shadows of things he'd seen in these woods. Things he couldn't explain, not even to himself. But tonight, I wasn't going to dwell on the past. Tonight, I was just going to enjoy the quiet. The way the wind whispered through the pines, the distant hoot of an owl, the crunch of my boots on the gravel. This park, it was in my blood. I'd come here as a kid with my dad, fishing in the crystal clear lakes, hiking trails that seemed to stretch on forever. It was the reason I became a ranger in the first place. The small town bordering the park, Pine Ridge, was my home. Everyone knew me, from the old lady at the general store to the sheriff with his permanent coffee stain. They depended on me, on the rangers, to keep things safe. To keep the tourists from getting lost or eaten by bears, and to keep the peace. But there was always something else, something lurking beneath the surface. A darkness that clung to the ancient trees, a silence that was too deep, too heavy. Over the years, I'd seen things. Things that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Things that made me question my sanity. Tonight, though, the forest seemed unusually still. Even the crickets were quiet. It was like the whole park was holding its breath, waiting for something. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling. Just nerves, I told myself. Retirement jitters. But as I continued my patrol, a shiver ran down my spine. Something wasn't right. There was a presence in the woods, watching me. I could feel its eyes on me, cold and calculating. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this last patrol wasn't going to be like the others. The further I hiked, the more the feeling of being watched intensified. It was like eyes were boring into me from the shadows, unseen but ever present. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the dense undergrowth, but there was nothing there. Just the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirp of a cricket. Just your imagination, Jim, I muttered to myself. You're getting spooked by your own shadow. But even as I said it, I didn't believe it. There was something out there, I was sure of it. Then I heard it. A faint sound, like a twig snapping underfoot, coming from somewhere up ahead. I froze, listening intently. There it was again, closer this time. Whatever it was moving towards me. I reached for my radio, my fingers fumbling with the buttons. Dispatch, this is Ranger Jim. Do you copy? Static crackled in response. Damn it, the signal was always patchy this deep in the woods. I drew my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. Hello? Is anyone out there? My voice echoed through the silent trees, unanswered. I continued along the trail, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I felt like I was being hunted, stalked by something unseen. And then I saw it. A flash of movement in the periphery of my vision, something darting behind a thick oak tree. I swung my flashlight towards it, but there was nothing there. Just the gnarled trunk of the tree and the dense undergrowth beyond. Just a deer, I told myself, trying to calm my racing heart. But deep down, I knew it was something else. Something faster, more agile, more sinister. As I continued my patrol, I started to notice other strange things. A misplaced trail marker, pointing in the wrong direction. A pile of stones arranged in an unnatural pattern. A faint, sweet smell in the air, like rotting fruit and something else. Something I couldn't quite place. I remember the old stories the locals used to tell about these woods. Stories about strange creatures lurking in the shadows, about people disappearing without a trace. I'd always dismissed them as folklore, but now I wasn't so sure. As dusk deepened into night, I stumbled upon a clearing. A campfire flickered weakly in the center, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding trees. There was a tent pitched nearby, its entrance flapping open in the breeze. But there was no one around. I approached cautiously, my hand hovering over the butt of my pistol. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling slightly. "Is anyone here?" Silence. Only the crackling of the fire and the whispering wind answered me. I stepped closer, my flashlight illuminating the interior of the tent. It was empty, but there were signs of a hasty departure. A sleeping bag lay tossed aside, a half-eaten meal sat on a camp stool. And on the ground, a backpack lay open, its contents spilled out. I knelt down, examining the scattered belongings. A map, a compass, a first aid kit. And then I saw it. A small, leather-bound journal. I picked it up, my fingers tracing the worn cover. This was no ordinary campsite. This was an abandoned campsite. And something told me that the person who had been here wasn't coming back. My stomach churned as I knelt there in the flickering firelight, the abandoned campsite sending chills down my spine. Whoever had been here had left in a hurry, that much was clear. But why? And where were they now? I carefully examined the campsite, looking for any clues. The tent was a standard two-person model, nothing out of the ordinary. The campfire was still smoldering, suggesting they hadn't been gone long. But there was an unsettling stillness to the place, a sense of something being wrong. I noticed a torn piece of fabric snagged on a nearby branch. It was a piece of a backpack, the same color and material as the one lying open in the tent. I followed the trail of torn fabric, my heart pounding in my chest. It led me to a small creek, where I found a single hiking boot half submerged in the water. It was muddy and scuffed, as if it had been dragged. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't just an abandoned campsite. This was a crime scene. I radioed dispatch again, my voice urgent. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Jim. I've found another abandoned campsite, possible 10 to 34. Requesting backup." This time, the response was clear. "Copy that, Ranger Jim. What's your 20? I gave them my location and a brief description of the scene. Looks like the camper left in a hurry. Found some personal belongings scattered around, signs of a struggle. 10 to 4, Ranger Jim. We're sending a unit your way. ETA 30 minutes. I secured the campsite as best I could, marking it off with trail tape and collecting any evidence I could find. The journal was tucked safely in my pocket, a growing sense of dread weighing me down. Who was this hiker? And what had happened to them? The local sheriff, a gruff but well-meaning man named Bob, arrived with a deputy shortly after. I briefed them on the situation, showing them the evidence I collected. Bob examined the scene with a skeptical frown. "Looks like they just took off, Jim. Probably got spooked by something, or maybe just changed their plans. But their stuff's still here, Bob. And there are signs of a struggle." I pointed to the torn backpack and the discarded boot. "Something's not right about this." Bob sighed. "Look, Jim, I know you're on edge with your retirement coming up, but there's no need to jump to conclusions. We'll file a missing persons report, check the trail registers, see if we can identify the hiker. But more often than not, these things turn out to be nothing." I knew he was trying to reassure me, but his words did little to ease my anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible had happened here. And as I lay in my bed that night, the image of the abandoned campsite and the missing hiker haunted my dreams. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. The dream had been vivid, disturbing. I was back at the campsite, but this time the fire was burning brightly, casting dancing shadows on the surrounding trees. And in the shadows, I saw figures moving, chanting in a language I didn't understand. I tried to shake off the dream, but it clung to me like a shroud. The feeling of being watched, the unsettling events of the past few days, the missing hiker, it all seemed connected somehow. And as I drifted back to sleep, a single word echoed in my mind, a word whispered on the wind: Skinwalker. The word Skinwalker clung to me like a spider web, refusing to be brushed away. It was a Navajo legend, a story about a malevolent witch that could shapeshift into animals. Growing up near the reservation, I heard whispers of it, but I'd always considered it just a scary story to tell around a campfire. But now, with the missing hiker and the unsettling events in the woods, the legend seemed to take on a chilling new reality. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed. Every time I turned a corner, I expected to see something lurking in the shadows, something with glowing eyes and a predatory grin. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, a fleeting shadow darting behind a tree, a pair of eyes glinting in the darkness. I knew it was probably just my imagination playing tricks on me, but the fear was real, gnawing at my insides. The search for the missing hiker continued, but with no results. The local news picked up the story, and soon the park was swarming with reporters and curious onlookers. The pressure was on to find the hiker, or at least some answers. But the more I searched, the more I felt like I was going in circles, like I was being led on a wild goose chase. My behavior started to raise eyebrows. My colleagues noticed my jumpiness, my distractedness. Sheriff Bob pulled me aside one day, his expression concerned. "Jim, you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a laugh. "Just tired, Bob. This whole missing hiker thing has got me on edge." He clapped me on the shoulder. "I know, Jim. It's a tough situation. But you gotta take care of yourself. Don't let it get to you." Easier said than done. The woods were closing in on me, the shadows whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. I started having flashbacks to other strange incidents I'd encountered over the years, unexplained animal deaths, strange symbols carved into trees, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. I'd always dismissed them as isolated incidents, but now I wondered if they were all connected, if they were all part of a larger, more sinister pattern. One evening, I found myself drawn to the local diner, a greasy spoon called Millie's, where I often went for a cup of coffee and a slice of pie. Millie, a woman with a kind heart and a sharp tongue, noticed my troubled expression. "Something on your mind, Jim?" she asked, placing a steaming mug of coffee in front of me. I hesitated, then decided to confide in her. I told her about the missing hiker, the strange events in the woods, the feeling of being watched. Millie listened patiently, her brow furrowed. "You know, Jim," she said when I'd finished, "there are stories about these woods. Old stories, passed down from generation to generation. Stories about things that go bump in the night." I nodded, remembering the Skinwalker legend. "I've heard them, Millie, but I never really believed them." "Maybe you should," she said, her voice low. "There are things in this world we don't understand, Jim. Things we're not meant to understand." She leaned closer, her eyes searching mine. "Be careful, Jim. These woods can be dangerous. Don't let them swallow you whole." Her words echoed in my mind long after I left the diner. I couldn't shake the feeling that she knew more than she was letting on, that there was a hidden truth lurking beneath the surface of this quiet little town. The next day, I received a call from dispatch. Another abandoned campsite had been found, this one deeper in the woods. I rushed to the scene, my heart pounding with a mixture of dread and anticipation. This campsite was different. It was older, more overgrown. The tent had collapsed, the campfire long extinguished. But there were signs of a struggle, and something else, something that made my blood run cold. Scattered around the campsite were strange symbols carved into the trees, symbols I recognized from the hiker's journal. And in the center of the clearing, there was a circle of stones, arranged in a pattern that seemed both ancient and unholy. I knelt down, examining the stones, my fingers tracing the rough edges. A shiver ran down my spine. This wasn't just a campsite. This was an altar. And whatever had happened here was far more sinister than I could have imagined. The discovery of the ritualistic site sent a shockwave through me, shattering what little remained of my composure. Sleep became a distant memory, replaced by nightmares of shadowy figures and chanting voices. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, the woods around me taking on a sinister life of their own. Every shadow seemed to writhe with unseen forms, every whisper of wind carrying unintelligible whispers. Faces appeared in the bark of trees, eyes glinting from the undergrowth. I knew I was losing it, but I couldn't stop it. The fear had burrowed deep inside me, poisoning my mind, twisting my perception. The search for the missing hiker had been called off, deemed a lost cause. Sheriff Bob, though sympathetic, had that look in his eyes, the one that said he thought I was cracking up. My colleagues kept their distance, their whispers following me down the hallways of the ranger station. I was alone, isolated, adrift in a sea of paranoia and fear. Obsessed, I delved deeper into the Skinwalker legend, scouring old books and websites, seeking answers, seeking explanations. The more I learned, the more terrified I became. The Skinwalkers were described as powerful beings, capable of manipulating reality, of possessing humans, of driving them to madness. Were they behind the missing hiker? Were they behind the strange events that had plagued me for years? Were they watching me now? I started seeing the symbols from the hiker's journal everywhere, carved into trees, scratched on rocks, even appearing in the condensation on my bathroom mirror. I couldn't escape them, couldn't escape the feeling that they were messages, warnings, threats. One night, driven by a desperate need for answers, I ventured back into the woods, drawn by an unseen force. The moon was hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, plunging the forest into an impenetrable darkness. I stumbled through the undergrowth, my flashlight beam dancing across the gnarled branches and twisted roots. Suddenly, I felt a presence behind me, a cold breath on my neck. I whirled around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was nothing there. Just the empty darkness and the rustling leaves. But I knew I wasn't alone. Something was out there, watching me, toying with me. I could feel its eyes on me, cold and calculating, like a predator sizing up its prey. Then I saw it. A faint glow in the distance, a flickering light that seemed to beckon me forward. I hesitated, fear warring with curiosity. But the pull was too strong, the need for answers too overwhelming. I followed the light, stumbling through the darkness until I emerged into a clearing. And there, in the center of the clearing, I saw it. A towering figure, cloaked in shadow, its eyes burning like embers. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before, a creature of nightmares, a manifestation of my deepest fears. The figure raised its hand, and a wave of terror washed over me, paralyzing me with fear. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure stepped closer, its form shifting, morphing, taking on the shape of a wolf, a bear, a human. It was a Skinwalker, a creature of pure evil, and it was coming for me. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But instead of pain, I felt a strange sensation, a tingling that spread through my body, numbing my senses, clouding my mind. And then, everything went black. I woke with a gasp, my body drenched in sweat, my heart pounding like a drum. Disoriented, I looked around, trying to make sense of my surroundings. I was lying on the cold, damp ground, the clearing bathed in an eerie moonlight that filtered through the dense canopy. The towering figure was gone, vanished without a trace. But the feeling of dread remained, clinging to me like a shroud. I sat up, my body aching, my mind reeling. What had happened? Had I imagined it all? Was I going insane? As I struggled to my feet, I noticed something different. The clearing, once filled with an oppressive silence, was now alive with the sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. It was as if the very air had been cleansed, the darkness lifted. But the sense of unease lingered. I felt vulnerable, exposed, like I was still being watched. I scanned the surrounding trees, searching for any sign of movement, any hint of the creature that had haunted my nightmares. Then I saw it. A single footprint in the soft earth, a footprint unlike any I had ever seen before. It was large, almost inhuman, with long, sharp claws. It was the footprint of a skinwalker. A wave of nausea washed over me. The creature was real. It had been here, it had touched me, and it was still out there, lurking in the shadows. I stumbled back to the ranger station, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. I tried to explain what had happened to my colleagues, but the words caught in my throat, the memories too terrifying to articulate. They looked at me with pity and concern, their expressions confirming my worst fears. I was losing my grip on reality. Desperate for answers, I sought out the old-timer Millie had mentioned, a man named Jake who lived in a secluded cabin on the outskirts of town. Jake was a recluse, a man of few words, but he had a reputation for knowing things, for seeing things others couldn't. I found him sitting on his porch, whittling a piece of wood, his eyes as deep and ancient as the forest itself. I told him about the missing hiker, the strange symbols, the encounter in the clearing. He listened patiently, his weathered face etched with a mixture of sadness and understanding. When I finished, he sighed. "You've seen it, then," he said, his voice raspy. "The Skinwalker." I nodded, my heart pounding. But what is it? Why is it doing this? Jake looked at me, his eyes filled with a deep sorrow. It's a creature of darkness, a being of pure evil. It feeds on fear, on despair. It's been here for centuries, preying on those who wander too deep into the woods. He paused, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains. The town, they know about it. They've always known. But they choose to ignore it, to pretend it doesn't exist. They fear it too much to confront it. But why? I asked. Why would they allow it to continue? Jake's eyes met mine, a flicker of anger in their depths. Because they benefit from it, he said, his voice low. The Skinwalker, it brings them prosperity, it protects them from harm. But it demands a price, a terrible price. He leaned closer, his voice barely a whisper. The missing hiker, he wasn't the first. And he won't be the last. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. The town, my town, the place I called home, they were complicit in this evil, They were sacrificing innocent lives to appease this creature. A wave of anger surged through me, replacing the fear with a burning determination. I wouldn't let this stand. I wouldn't let them get away with it. I would stop the Skinwalker, even if it cost me my life. I left Jake's cabin with a newfound sense of purpose. The fear was still there, but it was tempered by a resolve I had never felt before. I knew the road ahead would be dangerous, but I was ready to face it. I was ready to fight. Jake's words echoed in my mind as I stumbled back towards town, the weight of his revelations pressing down on me. The town, my town, the place I called home for 15 years. They were harboring a dark secret, a pact with an evil entity. And I, the protector, the guardian of the park, had been blind to it all. Anger and betrayal warred within me, fueling a desperate need for answers. I headed straight for Millie's diner, the familiar greasy spoon now seeming like a den of conspirators. Millie was behind the counter, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a guarded expression. "Millie," I said, my voice shaking with barely suppressed rage, "we need to talk." She looked at me, her eyes filled with a mixture of apprehension and understanding. "Jim," she said softly, "I was hoping you wouldn't come to this." "Hoping I wouldn't come to what?" I demanded. "Hoping I wouldn't discover the truth about this town, about the Skinwalker, about the sacrifices you've been making?" Millie sighed, her shoulders slumping. "It's not that simple, Jim. We've been doing this for generations, protecting the town, protecting ourselves." "Protecting yourselves from what?" I shouted. "From the consequences of your own actions? From the evil you've unleashed?" Millie's eyes filled with tears. "It wasn't our choice, Jim. The Skinwalker, it's been here since before the town was founded. It demands a sacrifice, a life for the prosperity of the town. We had no choice but to comply." "No choice?" I scoffed. "You had a choice. You could have fought back, you could have sought help, you could have anything but this." Millie shook her head. "You don't understand, Jim. The Skinwalker, it's too powerful. We're no match for it. We tried to fight back once, long ago. It didn't end well." She looked at me, her eyes pleading. "Please, Jim. Just let it go. Forget what you've seen, forget what you've heard. Just leave this town and never come back." But I couldn't let it go. I couldn't turn my back on the truth, on the innocent lives that had been sacrificed. I had a duty to protect this park, this town, even if it meant confronting the evil that lurked within it. "I won't let this stand, Millie," I said, my voice firm. "I'm going to stop the Skinwalker, even if it's the last thing I do." Millie's face paled. "You're making a mistake, Jim. You don't know what you're dealing with." But I was determined. I left the diner, the weight of the town's secret heavy on my shoulders. But I also felt a newfound sense of purpose, a clarity that had been missing for so long. I knew what I had to do. I spent the next few days gathering information, piecing together the history of the town and its connection to the Skinwalker. I learned that the entity had been plaguing the area for centuries, demanding a yearly sacrifice in exchange for prosperity and protection. The town had complied, keeping the secret hidden generation after generation. But the sacrifices had become more frequent, the Skinwalker's hunger growing. The missing hiker was just the latest victim, a pawn in a twisted game. I also learned about the Skinwalker's weaknesses, its vulnerabilities. It was powerful, but not invincible. It could be harmed, it could be defeated. But it would take courage, cunning, and a willingness to face the darkness head-on. And I was ready. Armed with the knowledge gleaned from Jake and my own research, I prepared for my confrontation with the Skinwalker. The fear was still a knot in my stomach, but it was overshadowed by a steely resolve. This wasn't just about protecting the park or the town anymore. It was about ending an ancient evil, breaking the cycle of fear and sacrifice. I knew the Skinwalker was powerful, but it wasn't invincible. It had weaknesses, vulnerabilities I could exploit. Silver, fire, and the bones of its victims were said to be its bane. I gathered what I could, a silver locket passed down from my grandmother, a canister of gasoline from my shed, and, with a heavy heart, the remains of the missing hiker, recovered from the ritual site. The night of the confrontation arrived, a moonless night shrouded in an oppressive darkness. I ventured into the woods, armed with my ranger's tools, the silver locket, and a makeshift torch. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the usual nocturnal symphony replaced by an eerie silence. I followed the trail to the clearing where I had encountered the Skinwalker before. The air crackled with an unseen energy, the ground cold beneath my feet. I placed the hiker's remains in the center of the clearing, a makeshift altar of defiance. Then I waited. The hours stretched on, each tick of my watch amplifying the tension. Just as doubt began to creep in, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing my torch and plunging me into darkness. A low growl echoed through the trees, sending shivers down my spine. Two glowing eyes materialized in the darkness, piercing the gloom like burning embers. The Skinwalker emerged from the shadows, its form shifting and morphing, a grotesque mockery of nature. Fear threatened to consume me, but I pushed it back, focusing on the task at hand. I lit the torch again, the flames casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. The Skinwalker snarled, its eyes fixed on me with a predatory hunger. "It ends tonight," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. The Skinwalker lunged, its claws outstretched, its jaws snapping. I dodged, rolling to the side, and hurled the silver locket at the creature. The locket struck its chest, and the Skinwalker recoiled with a hiss of pain. Encouraged, I pressed my attack, using the torch as a weapon, keeping the creature at bay. The Skinwalker snarled and lunged, its claws raking the air, but I was too quick, too agile. I dodged and weaved, keeping the flames between us. The creature howled in frustration, its eyes burning with rage. It leaped again, this time managing to land a blow on my arm, its claws tearing through my flesh. I cried out in pain, but I didn't falter. I knew I couldn't afford to. I grabbed a canister of gasoline and doused the ground around the Skinwalker, creating a circle of fire. The creature snarled, trapped within the fiery ring. I tossed the torch into the gasoline, and the clearing erupted in flames. The Skinwalker roared in agony, its form flickering and distorting in the intense heat. It tried to break through the flames, but the fire held it back, burning its flesh, consuming its essence. The creature's howls grew weaker, its movements sluggish. Finally, with a final, agonizing roar, the Skinwalker collapsed, its form dissolving into ash and smoke. The flames died down, leaving behind a smoldering silence. I stood there, panting, my body aching, my mind numb. The clearing was still, the only sound the crackling of the dying embers. I had done it. I had defeated the Skinwalker. But at what cost? Dawn broke, painting the smoke-filled clearing with hues of gray and orange. I stood there, amidst the ashes and the lingering smell of burnt fur and flesh, my body battered and bruised, my mind numb. The adrenaline that had fueled me through the night had ebbed away, leaving behind a hollow exhaustion. I looked down at my wounded arm, the deep gashes still oozing blood. The pain was a dull throb, a constant reminder of the night's battle. I wrapped it as best I could with my first aid kit, the simple act bringing a sense of normalcy to the surreal situation. As the sun climbed higher, casting its golden rays through the trees, the reality of what had happened settled upon me. I had faced a creature of legend, a being of pure evil, and I had emerged victorious. But the victory felt hollow, tainted by the sacrifices that had been made, the secrets that had been kept. I stumbled back to town, my uniform singed and torn, my face streaked with soot and blood. The townsfolk stared at me with a mixture of awe and fear, their whispers following me like shadows. The news of the Skinwalker's demise spread like wildfire, a mixture of relief and disbelief rippling through the community. Sheriff Bob met me at the edge of town, his face etched with concern and a hint of admiration. He examined my wounds, his expression grim. "You did it, Jim," he said, his voice rough. "You actually did it." I nodded, unable to muster a response. The weight of the past few days, the fear, the anger, the exhaustion, all crashed down on me at once. I felt a wave of dizziness, and the world around me began to spin. Bob caught me before I could fall, his grip firm but gentle. "Easy there, Jim," he said. "You've been through a lot. Let's get you to the hospital." The next few days were a blur of medical examinations, interviews with law enforcement, and countless questions from reporters and curious townsfolk. I recounted the events as best I could, the details still raw and vivid in my mind. The town was forced to confront the truth about its dark secret, the pact with the Skinwalker, the sacrifices that had been made. There was outrage, denial, and a deep sense of shame. But there was also gratitude. Many saw me as a hero, the man who had saved them from the creature that had haunted their lives for generations. They thanked me, their eyes filled with a mixture of admiration and fear. I didn't feel like a hero. I felt like a survivor, a man forever scarred by the darkness he had faced. The nightmares continued, the images of the Skinwalker, the ritual site, the missing hiker, all replaying in my mind. The woods, once a place of peace and solace, now held a sinister undertone, a reminder of the evil that lurked beneath the surface. But I also felt a newfound sense of purpose. I had faced my fears, confronted the darkness, and emerged stronger. I knew I could never truly erase the memories of what had happened, but I could use them to protect others, to ensure that no one else would suffer the same fate. I decided to stay in Pine Ridge, my retirement plans put on hold. The town needed me, the park needed me. I would continue to serve as a ranger, but my role had changed. I was no longer just a protector of the wilderness. I was a guardian against the darkness, a sentinel against the unseen forces that threatened to consume us all. Life in Pine Ridge resumed its rhythm, but the echoes of the Skinwalker incident reverberated through the town. The tourists returned, drawn by the park's beauty and the whispers of the legend. The locals, however, carried a newfound respect for the woods, a wary awareness of the darkness that still lurked within. I returned to my duties as a park ranger, but I was a changed man. The encounter with the Skinwalker had left an indelible mark on my psyche, a constant hum of anxiety beneath the surface of my everyday life. The woods, once my sanctuary, now held an undercurrent of dread, a constant reminder of the evil I had faced. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat, every rustle of leaves sending a jolt of fear through me. I patrolled the trails with a heightened vigilance, my senses on high alert, always scanning for any sign of the unnatural, the uncanny. The nightmares persisted, vivid and terrifying, replaying the events of that fateful night. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the image of the Skinwalker's burning eyes seared into my mind. The townsfolk treated me with a mixture of gratitude and apprehension. They thanked me for saving them, for ridding them of the creature that had haunted their lives for generations. But their eyes also held a hint of fear, a recognition that I had crossed a threshold, ventured into a realm beyond their comprehension. I felt isolated, a stranger in my own town. The camaraderie I once shared with my fellow rangers was replaced by a cautious distance, a sense that they didn't fully understand what I had been through. Even Sheriff Bob, my longtime friend, seemed to tread carefully around me, his concern tinged with a hint of unease. I tried to move on, to focus on the present, but the past clung to me like a shadow. The Skinwalker was gone, but its presence lingered, a subtle chill in the air, a whisper in the wind. One evening, as I patrolled the trails, a sense of unease settled upon me. The woods were unusually quiet, the usual symphony of nocturnal sounds replaced by an oppressive silence. I felt a prickling sensation on my skin, a feeling of being watched, followed. I stopped, scanning the surrounding trees, my hand instinctively reaching for the pistol on my hip. There was nothing there, just the dense undergrowth and the shadows cast by the setting sun. But the feeling persisted, a growing sense of dread creeping up my spine. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. As I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw it. A single footprint in the soft earth, a footprint unlike any I had ever seen before. It was large, almost inhuman, with long, sharp claws. It was the footprint of a Skinwalker. A wave of terror washed over me, the memories of that night flooding back. The Skinwalker was gone, but had it truly been defeated? Or had it merely retreated, waiting for another opportunity to strike? I stood there, frozen in fear, the footprint a chilling reminder that the darkness was never truly vanquished, that it could return at any moment to claim another victim, to perpetuate the cycle of fear and sacrifice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, I knew that my battle with the Skinwalker was far from over. The creature may be gone, but the fear remained, a lingering presence in the woods, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked within. And I, the guardian of the park, the protector of the town, would forever be haunted by the shadows of the past, forever vigilant against the return of the unseen evil. The wind whispered through the towering pines, their branches swaying like skeletal fingers against the bruised twilight sky. Each gust carried the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a familiar aroma that usually brought me comfort. I was alone, but not uncomfortable. I'd been hiking the Canadian wilderness since I was a kid, exploring trails like this one, a lesser-known offshoot of the famous Appalachian Trail. But today, something felt different. An unsettling feeling gnawed at me, a prickle of unease that I couldn't shake off. The usual symphony of the forest, the chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a loon, the rustle of leaves under the paws of unseen creatures, seemed muted, replaced by an eerie silence. It was as if the woods themselves were holding their breath, waiting for something to happen. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just my imagination, a side effect of spending too much time reading those spooky wilderness survival stories online. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and deep purple, the feeling intensified. The shadows stretched long and distorted, twisting familiar shapes into menacing figures that seemed to watch me from the edges of my vision. A shiver ran down my spine, and I quickened my pace, eager to find a suitable campsite before darkness completely enveloped the forest. The clearing I chose for my campsite was small, sheltered by a thick wall of pines on one side and bordered by a rushing stream on the other. I pitched my tent with practiced efficiency, the familiar routine offering a small sense of comfort against the growing darkness. As I gathered firewood, a thick mist rolled in, blanketing the forest in an eerie silence, as though the very air were holding its breath. The flames of my campfire crackled and danced, casting flickering shadows that stretched and contorted in the swirling mist. I huddled closer to the warmth, pulling my hiking jacket tighter around me. The chill wasn't just in the air, it seemed to seep from the ground itself, a bone-deep cold that no fire could fully banish. I tried to focus on the practicalities, checking my gear, organizing my supplies for the next day's hike. But a nagging feeling of unease persisted, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck that made me constantly swivel my head, scanning the mist-shrouded trees. I felt eyes on me, watching me from the depths of the forest. Suddenly, a twig snapped in the distance. I froze, my heart pounding against my ribs like a trapped bird. Straining my ears, I listened for any other sound, but there was only the whisper of the wind through the pines and the gurgling of the nearby stream. Was it an animal? A bear, perhaps, drawn by the scent of my campfire? Or was it something else, something more sinister, lurking in the shadows just beyond the reach of my firelight? The snapping twig echoed in my mind, amplifying the silence that followed. My senses were on high alert, every rustle of leaves, every creak of branches, sending a jolt of fear through me. The fire, once a source of comfort, now seemed to cast menacing shadows that danced and writhed at the edge of the clearing. The wind picked up, moaning through the towering pines like a mournful spirit. It seemed to carry whispers on its breath, faint voices speaking in a language I didn't understand. Was it the wind playing tricks on me, or was there something more to those unsettling sounds? Stories of the Canadian wilderness flooded my mind, tales of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit that roamed the forests, and the Skinwalker, a shape-shifting creature that preyed on the unsuspecting. I tried to dismiss these thoughts as irrational fears, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I felt a cold dread creep over me, a sense of foreboding that I couldn't shake off. It was as if the forest itself was aware of my presence, and it didn't welcome me. I dug through my backpack, retrieving my bear spray and a sturdy hiking knife. Though these offered little comfort against the unknown entity I sensed lurking nearby, they were all I had. Sleep was impossible. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, feeding the fire and keeping a vigilant watch on the surrounding forest. The hours crawled by, each one an eternity. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every sound a potential threat. The first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky with streaks of pale gray and lavender, offering a glimmer of hope after the long, terrifying night. Exhausted but wired, I added more wood to the fire, desperate for its warmth and the small sense of security it provided. The mist was beginning to dissipate, revealing the forest in a soft, diffused light. As I scanned the tree-line, I noticed movement. A fleeting glimpse of a tall, shadowy figure gliding between the trees. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, tall and gaunt, with unnaturally long limbs that seemed to defy gravity. It moved with an eerie grace, almost as if it were floating above the ground. I blinked, and it was gone. Had I actually seen it, or was it a figment of my sleep-deprived imagination? My heart hammered against my ribs, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The feeling of dread, which had momentarily subsided with the first light of dawn, returned with a vengeance. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the remaining mist, searching for any sign of the creature. But there was nothing. Only the whispering pines and the gurgling stream, their natural sounds now imbued with a sinister undertone. Was it a bear, distorted by the mist and the dim light? Or was it something else, something more sinister, something that belonged to the realm of legends and nightmares? The stories the ranger had told me about the Wendigo, the creature that stalked the Canadian wilderness, flashed through my mind. Fear gnawed at me, urging me to pack up my camp and flee. But a strange sense of curiosity, a need to understand what I had seen, held me rooted to the spot. The rising sun burned away the last remnants of the mist, revealing the forest in all its stark beauty. But the beauty was tainted now, overshadowed by the fear that clung to me like a shroud. The fleeting glimpse of the creature, its unnatural form and movements, had shaken me to my core. I decided to break camp quickly, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and the clearing where I had spent the terrifying night. As I was packing up my tent, I noticed something strange in the damp earth near the stream. Footprints. Large, elongated footprints, unlike any animal tracks I'd ever seen before. They were almost human-like, but with long, slender toes that seemed to curl into the mud. My blood ran cold. These were not the tracks of a bear, or any other creature I knew. I crouched down, examining the prints more closely. They were fresh, the impressions still sharp and clear in the soft earth. Whoever, or whatever, had made these tracks had been here recently, perhaps while I was sleeping. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. I wasn't alone in the wilderness. Something was out there, something that was watching me, following me. The creature I had seen in the shadows, the whispers in the wind, the unsettling feeling of being watched, it all made sense now. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to flee. I hastily stuffed the rest of my gear into my backpack, my hands trembling with fear. I had to get out of there, find my way back to civilization, before it was too late. Panic surged through me, a primal instinct to flee. I grabbed my backpack, slinging it over my shoulder, and sprinted away from the clearing. The image of those elongated footprints burned into my mind. The forest floor was uneven, roots and rocks snagging at my feet, but I didn't dare slow down. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through me. I imagined the creature lurking just behind me, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly over the terrain, its glowing eyes fixed on my back. The ranger's words echoed in my mind, "Stay on the marked trails." But in my haste, I had veered off course, plunging deeper into the dense undergrowth. The trail markers were nowhere to be seen, swallowed by the thick foliage. I tried to orient myself, using the position of the sun as a guide, but the towering trees blocked most of the light, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. Fear clouded my judgment, making it difficult to think clearly. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear the creature gaining on me, its heavy footsteps growing louder with each passing moment. The adrenaline coursing through my veins gave me a burst of speed, but I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. I stumbled and fell, my hands scraping against the rough bark of a fallen tree. Pain shot through my arm, but I quickly scrambled back to my feet, ignoring the throbbing sensation. I couldn't afford to stop, not even for a moment. The forest seemed to stretch on endlessly, a labyrinth of trees and shadows. I felt lost, disoriented, trapped in a nightmare with no escape. Just when I thought I could run no further, I spotted a break in the trees. A clearing. And in the distance, a faint glimmer of light. Hope surged through me, giving me a renewed burst of energy. I staggered towards the clearing, my legs aching, my lungs burning. As I emerged from the trees, I saw it, a small cabin, nestled amongst the pines. A beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. The ranger station. The ranger station was a small, rustic cabin nestled amongst the trees, a beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness. I burst through the door, breathless and panting, my heart pounding like a drum. The ranger, a grizzled man with kind eyes and a weathered face, looked up in surprise from his map-covered desk. "Whoa there, hiker. What's the rush?" he asked, his voice calm and reassuring. I stumbled towards him, my words tumbling out in a torrent of fear and adrenaline. I told him about the unsettling feeling, the whispers in the wind, the fleeting glimpse of the creature, the footprints in the mud. I described the creature's unnatural form, its long limbs, its swift movements. The ranger listened patiently, his expression growing more serious with each passing detail. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on mine. "You've had a close call, hiker," he said gravely. "There are things in these woods that most folks don't believe in, things that are best left undisturbed." He told me stories of strange encounters reported by other hikers, tales of shadowy figures, eerie sounds, and unexplained disappearances. He spoke of ancient legends and folklore, of creatures that roamed the wilderness, preying on the unsuspecting. The Wendigo, he said, his voice low and hushed. A spirit of the forest, twisted and malevolent. It's said to lure travelers off the trails, to trap them in its icy grip. He gave me a stern warning, urging me to stay on the marked trails, to avoid venturing into the deep woods alone, and to be prepared for any eventuality. He showed me basic survival techniques, how to signal for help, and how to defend myself against wild animals. The wilderness is a beautiful but unforgiving place, he said. Respect it, and it will respect you. But stray from the path, and you may never find your way back. His words echoed in my mind as I left a ranger station, a renewed sense of caution mixed with a lingering fear. I knew that I was now alone in the wilderness, that something was out there, watching me, waiting. Days blurred into one another as I hiked deeper into the wilderness, the ranger's warnings echoing in my mind. I stuck to the marked trails, my senses hyper-alert, scanning the surrounding forest for any sign of movement, any hint of the creature that had haunted my nightmares. The once familiar sounds of the forest now held a sinister undertone. The rustling of leaves sounded like stealthy footsteps, the snapping of twigs like the cracking of bones. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every whisper of wind a whispered threat. I practiced the survival techniques the ranger had taught me, building makeshift shelters, foraging for edible plants, and refining my fire-starting skills. I carried my bear spray and hiking knife close at hand, constantly reminding myself of the ranger's words, "The wilderness is unforgiving." One evening, as I was making camp near a secluded lake, the feeling of being watched returned with a vengeance. A cold dread washed over me, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the warmth of the campfire. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end, as if an unseen presence was breathing down my neck. I scanned the treeline, my eyes straining to pierce the gathering darkness. The wind picked up, swirling through the trees, carrying with it a chorus of whispers that seemed to emanate from the depths of the forest. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the shadows, a tall, gaunt figure gliding between the trees. The creature. It was back. My heart hammered in my chest, and a wave of panic threatened to overwhelm me. But I forced myself to remain calm, remembering the ranger's advice. I gripped my bear spray and knife, my knuckles white, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature moved closer, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly over the uneven terrain. Its eyes, two glowing orbs in the darkness, fixed on me with a chilling intensity. I knew that I was in danger, that I had to act quickly. But fear paralyzed me, rooting me to the spot like a deer caught in headlights. The creature lunged, its long, clawed hand reaching for me like a skeletal branch. I screamed, the sound echoing through the stillness of the night. Instinct took over, and I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding its grasp. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding like a drum. The creature let out a guttural growl, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Its eyes, glowing orbs of malice, burned into me, filled with a hunger that chilled me to the bone. I knew that I couldn't fight it, not with my bare hands. I fumbled for my bear spray, my fingers trembling with fear. I aimed the canister at the creature and pressed the trigger, unleashing a cloud of pungent spray. The creature roared in pain, its eyes momentarily blinded by the spray. I seized the opportunity, turning and fleeing into the darkness. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping in my face, my lungs burning with exertion. But the creature was faster. I could hear its heavy footsteps pounding behind me, gaining ground with every stride. I glanced back over my shoulder and saw its shadowy form looming closer, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. Desperation lent me speed. I scrambled over fallen logs, splashed through streams, my only thought to escape the creature's clutches. I stumbled and fell, scraping my hands and knees on the rough terrain, but I quickly picked myself up and continued running. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of trees and shadows. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to keep moving, had to put as much distance as possible between myself and the creature. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, I saw a light in the distance. A beacon of hope in the darkness. I stumbled towards it, my legs aching, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The light grew brighter, revealing a small cabin nestled amongst the trees. The ranger station. I had made it. I burst through the door, collapsing on the floor in a heap, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The ranger rushed to my aid, his face etched with concern. "What happened?" he asked, his voice filled with urgency. I gasped for breath, trying to recount the terrifying encounter. The creature, the chase, the narrow escape. The ranger listened intently, his expression growing more serious with each passing detail. "You were lucky to make it back alive," he said gravely. "The Wendigo is not to be trifled with." He helped me to my feet, leading me to a chair by the fire. He examined my wounds, cleaning and bandaging the cuts and scrapes. He offered me food and water, and a warm blanket to ward off the chill of the night. As I sat by the fire, the warmth slowly returning to my numb limbs, I realized how close I had come to death. The creature had almost caught me, its claws inches from my flesh. But I had escaped, thanks to the ranger's warnings and my own desperate flight. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a warm glow over the small cabin. I sat huddled in a blanket, sipping hot tea, the ranger's words echoing in my mind. "The Wendigo is a creature of the spirit world," he had explained, his voice low and solemn. "It feeds on fear and despair, preying on those who are lost and vulnerable." He told me stories of other encounters, of hikers who had vanished without a trace, their campsites abandoned, their belongings scattered. He spoke of the creature's insatiable hunger, its ability to mimic human voices, its power to lure its victims into the depths of the forest. I listened, my heart heavy with a mixture of fear and fascination. The encounter had shaken me to my core, leaving me with scars both physical and emotional. But it had also awakened something within me, a newfound respect for the power of nature, and a deeper understanding of my own resilience. The next morning, I packed my belongings and prepared to leave the ranger station. The ranger stood at the doorway, his eyes filled with concern. "Be careful out there," he warned. "The Wendigo may be gone, but the wilderness is still full of dangers." I nodded, my heart heavy. I knew that I would never forget my encounter with the creature, that its chilling presence would forever haunt my memories. But I also knew that I had survived, that I had faced my fears and emerged stronger. As I stepped back into the wilderness, the sun filtering through the trees, I felt a sense of both trepidation and determination. I would continue my journey, but with a newfound caution, a heightened awareness of the unseen forces that lurked in the shadows. The wilderness had tested me, pushed me to my limits. But it had also revealed my own strength, my own capacity for survival. And as I ventured forth, I carried with me the scars of my encounter, a reminder of the darkness that lurked within the wild, and the resilience of the human spirit. The crisp autumn air whipped through my hair as I wrestled with the 10 poles. This thing has a mind of its own, I muttered, struggling to connect the flimsy aluminum. Need a hand, Alex? Emily's cheerful voice broke through my concentration. She was already unpacking supplies, her auburn hair catching the last rays of the setting sun. Thanks, I grunted, finally managing to secure the pole. I swear, camping gear gets more complicated every year. Ben, ever the pragmatist, was busy inspecting the fire pit. Looks good, he declared, just needs some firewood. We were deep in the heart of Redwood National Park, miles away from civilization. It was Halloween weekend, and we decided to ditch the usual parties and haunted houses for a spooky camping trip. The towering redwoods, ancient and majestic, cast long shadows across the forest floor, creating an atmosphere of both awe and unease. As dusk settled, a thick fog began to roll in, blanketing the forest in an eerie silence. The air grew heavy with moisture, and the temperature dropped noticeably. "Whoa, check out the fog," Emily said, her voice hushed. "It's like something out of a horror movie." I had to agree. The fog was dense, swirling around us like a ghostly shroud. It muffled the sounds of the forest, creating an unsettling stillness. Anyone else feeling a little creeped out? Ben asked, glancing around nervously. I tried to laugh it off. "Come on, Ben, don't be such a scaredy cat. It's just fog." But even as I said it, a shiver ran down my spine. There was something about this place, something ancient and primal, that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. As darkness enveloped the forest, we huddled around the crackling campfire, telling stories and roasting marshmallows. But the feeling of unease lingered. The fog seemed to press in on us, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. "Hey guys," Emily said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Did you hear that?" We listened intently, but all we could hear was the crackling of the fire and the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Hear what?" Ben asked. "I thought I heard whispering," Emily replied, her eyes wide with fear. "Coming from the woods." I strained my ears, trying to pick up any sound, but there was nothing. Just the silence, broken only by the occasional hoot of an owl. "It was probably just the wind," I said, trying to reassure her. But deep down, I wasn't so sure. There was something out there in the fog, something unseen and unknown. And it was watching us. The next morning, the fog had lifted, revealing a breathtaking vista of towering redwoods bathed in the golden light of the rising sun. The unease of the previous night seemed to dissipate with the darkness, replaced by a sense of adventure. "Let's explore," Emily declared, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I read about this old trail that leads to a hidden waterfall." "What do you say?" Ben and I readily agreed. We packed some snacks and water, grabbed our flashlights just in case, and set off into the woods. The trail was narrow and overgrown, winding its way through the dense undergrowth. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. As we hiked deeper into the forest, the sounds of civilization faded away, replaced by the symphony of nature, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the babbling of a nearby stream. But then, another sound reached our ears, a faint whispering, carried on the wind. "Did you hear that?" I asked, stopping in my tracks. Emily and Ben nodded, their expressions turning serious. "It sounded like voices," Ben said, his brow furrowed. We strained our ears, trying to pinpoint the source of the whispers, but they seemed to be coming from all directions at once. The whispers were low and indistinct, like a chorus of unseen spirits murmuring secrets in the ancient woods. A sense of unease crept back into my mind. I remembered the stories we'd heard around the campfire the night before, tales of missing hikers, strange creatures, and unexplained phenomena. Could there be some truth to those legends? We continued along the trail, our senses heightened, alert for any sign of danger. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if urging us forward. Then, through the trees, we saw it, an old, dilapidated ranger station, half hidden in the undergrowth. The station looked like it hadn't been used in decades. The windows were boarded up, the paint was peeling, and the roof sagged precariously. An air of mystery hung over the place, drawing us in like moths to a flame. "Should we check it out?" Emily asked, her voice a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. I hesitated. Something about the ranger station felt off, like a warning sign. But curiosity got the better of me. "Let's just take a quick look," I said. "But stay close." We approached the station cautiously, our footsteps crunching on the gravel path. The whispering seemed to intensify as we drew nearer, as if the building itself was speaking to us. Ben tried the door, but it was locked. "Looks like nobody's home," he said. But as we turned to leave, I noticed something, a small, broken window at the back of the station. It was just large enough for us to squeeze through. "Maybe we can get in this way," I said, pointing to the window. Emily and Ben exchanged glances. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Ben asked, his voice laced with doubt. I shrugged. "What's the worst that could happen?" With a mix of trepidation and excitement, we squeezed through the broken window, one by one. The interior of the ranger station was dark and dusty, the air heavy with the smell of decay and damp wood. Shafts of light filtered through the cracks in the boarded-up windows, illuminating the room in a ghostly glow. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling like macabre decorations, and the floor was littered with debris, overturned furniture, shattered glass, and scattered papers. It was as if the place had been abandoned in haste, leaving behind a sense of urgency and unease. "This place gives me the creeps," Emily whispered, her voice barely audible in the oppressive silence. I nodded in agreement. The ranger station felt strangely charged, as if unseen eyes were watching our every move. The whispers we had heard outside seemed to have followed us inside, echoing faintly through the empty rooms. We cautiously explored the station, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. In what appeared to be the main office, we found a desk covered in a thick layer of dust. An old typewriter sat on the desk, its keys frozen in time. A half-finished report lay beside it, the words typed in a hurried, frantic manner. Curiosity piqued, I picked up the report and began to read. It was a scientific document, filled with jargon and technical terms, but the gist of it was clear. The ranger station had been used as a research facility, conducting experiments on local wildlife. As I read further, my blood ran cold. The experiments were not merely observational. They involved genetic manipulation, attempts to enhance the animals' abilities, to make them stronger, faster, more resilient. But the report also hinted at disastrous consequences, mutations, deformities, and aggressive behavior. "This is insane," I muttered, my voice shaking. They were messing with things they shouldn't have. Ben peered over my shoulder, his eyes widening as he scanned the report. "This is like something out of a horror movie," he said, his voice hushed. Just then, a loud crash echoed from the back of the station, sending our hearts racing. We spun around, our flashlights darting across the room, searching for the source of the noise. "What was that?" Emily gasped, her hand clutching my arm. We held our breath, listening intently. The silence was deafening. Then, we saw it, a shadow, moving quickly across the wall at the end of the hallway. It was large and misshapen, its outline distorted and unnatural. Fear gripped us, paralyzing us in place. The shadow flickered and danced, as if taunting us, daring us to follow. "We need to get out of here," Ben whispered, his voice trembling. But as we turned to flee, another shadow emerged from the darkness, blocking our path. This one was even larger, more menacing, its form shifting and changing like a nightmare come to life. We were trapped, caught between two unseen horrors. The whispers grew louder, filling the room, closing in on us like a suffocating blanket. And then, the lights went out. The sudden darkness was absolute, suffocating. We huddled together, our flashlights useless in the inky blackness. The whispers seemed to press in on us, swirling around our heads like a vortex of unseen voices. Fear threatened to consume us, but we clung to each other, drawing strength from our shared terror. Then, a voice cut through the darkness, sharp and commanding. "Who's there?" We froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. The voice was male, gruff, with an edge of authority. It was coming from the hallway, where the shadows had been lurking just moments before. "We're just hikers," I stammered, trying to keep my voice steady. "We got lost." A flashlight beam pierced the darkness, cutting a swathe through the gloom. It landed on us, blinding us momentarily. "Hikers, huh?" the voice said, skepticism lacing his tone. "What are you doing in here?" The figure stepped into the light, revealing a tall, imposing man in a ranger uniform. He had a weathered face, with deep-set eyes that seemed to bore into us. A badge glinted on his chest, identifying him as Ranger Thompson. We saw the broken window and got curious," Emily explained, her voice trembling slightly. Ranger Thompson's eyes narrowed. Curious, or you? This is a restricted area. You shouldn't be here. He stepped closer, his flashlight beam sweeping across our faces. What did you see in here? He asked, his voice low and menacing. We exchanged nervous glances. Should we tell him about the report, about the experiments, about the shadows? Or would he think we were crazy? We didn't see anything, Ben lied, hoping to avoid trouble. Ranger Thompson's lips curled into a sneer. Don't lie to me, boy. I know what goes on in here. He took another step closer, his face inches from ours. This place is dangerous, he whispered, his voice sending chills down our spines. You need to leave. Now. His words were a warning, but there was something in his eyes, a glint of something sinister, that made us doubt his intentions. Was he trying to protect us, or was he trying to silence us? We backed away slowly, our eyes fixed on Ranger Thompson. He watched us intently, his flashlight beam never leaving our faces. Get out of here, he repeated, his voice a low growl. And don't come back. We didn't need to be told twice. We scrambled out of the ranger station, stumbling through the darkness, desperate to escape the oppressive atmosphere and the ranger's menacing presence. As we ran through the woods, the whispers seemed to follow us, taunting us with their unseen presence. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of our campsite, our lungs burning, our hearts pounding. We huddled together, catching our breath, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was Ranger Thompson? What was he hiding? And what were those shadows lurking in the darkness of the ranger station? One thing was clear. We had stumbled upon something far more sinister than we could have ever imagined. And we were in danger. The campfire crackled merrily, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding trees. We sat huddled around it, the warmth doing little to dispel the chill that had settled deep within our bones. The encounter with Ranger Thompson had shaken us to our core, leaving us with a gnawing sense of dread. What do we do now? Emily asked, her voice barely above a whisper. We had no answer. We were trapped in this vast, ancient forest, hunted by something unknown, with a park ranger who seemed more menacing than helpful. The feeling of isolation was overwhelming. Maybe we should just pack up and leave, Ben suggested, his voice laced with anxiety. Go back to civilization, pretend this whole thing never happened. The idea was tempting, but deep down, we knew it wasn't that simple. We had stumbled upon something dark and sinister, something that wouldn't let us go that easily. We can't just run away, I said, my voice firm despite the fear churning inside me. We need to figure out what's going on. What those experiments were, what those shadows were. A sudden noise from the edge of the campsite cut me off. We turned our heads, our hearts pounding in our chests. The beam of a flashlight danced through the trees, approaching slowly. Who's there? I called out, my voice trembling. The flashlight beam stopped, and a figure emerged from the darkness. It was Ranger Thompson. I told you to leave, he said, his voice a low growl. Why are you still here? We scrambled to our feet, our eyes wide with fear. We were just about to leave, I stammered. Ranger Thompson stepped closer, his face illuminated by the flashlight beam. His eyes were cold and hard, like chips of ice. "It's too late for that," he said, his voice dripping with malice. "You've seen too much." He lunged at us, and we scattered in panic. I tripped over a tree root, falling to the ground with a thud. Before I could get up, Ranger Thompson was upon me, his hands reaching for my throat. I struggled, kicking and flailing, but he was too strong. His grip tightened, cutting off my air supply. I gasped for breath, my vision blurring. Just as I thought I was about to lose consciousness, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. Ranger Thompson released me, turning his head towards the source of the sound. Emily stood frozen in terror, her eyes fixed on something behind Ranger Thompson. I followed her gaze and my blood ran cold. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and grotesque, its limbs elongated and twisted, its face a mask of horror. It was one of the creatures from the ranger station, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Ranger Thompson turned back to face the creature, his face contorted in fear. He raised his hands in a futile attempt to defend himself, but it was too late. The creature lunged at him, its claws tearing into his flesh. A scream escaped Ranger Thompson's lips, cut short by a sickening crunch. The creature tossed him aside like a rag doll, then turned its attention to us. We scrambled to our feet, our legs trembling, our minds reeling. We had to escape, but where could we go? The forest was vast and dark, and the creature was faster, stronger, more ruthless than anything we had ever encountered. We were trapped, hunted by a nightmare come to life. Adrenaline surged through our veins as we fled from the monstrous creature. We crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping in our faces, our lungs burning with exertion. The creature's guttural roars echoed through the trees, spurring us onward. We had no plan, no direction, just a desperate need to escape the horror that pursued us. The forest floor was uneven, littered with fallen logs and tangled roots, making our flight treacherous. We stumbled and fell, scrambling back to our feet, driven by primal fear. The creature was relentless, its heavy footsteps pounding the earth behind us. We could hear its ragged breathing, its snarls of frustration as we evaded its grasp. The darkness offered little cover, the moonlight filtering through the canopy casting eerie shadows that danced and distorted, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. Emily, nimble and quick, led the way, her knowledge of the terrain proving invaluable. Dan, despite his fear, kept pace, his determination fueled by adrenaline. I, hampered by a twisted ankle from my earlier fall, struggled to keep up, the pain shooting through my leg with every step. We dared not look back, but the creature's presence loomed over us, a constant threat that spurred us onward. The forest seemed to close in on us, the trees becoming menacing figures, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The whispers, once faint and distant, now swirled around us, a chorus of unseen voices urging us to flee, to escape the clutches of the creature that hunted us. The whispers seemed to know our fear, feeding on our terror, amplifying the horror of our situation. We stumbled upon a narrow ravine, its depths shrouded in darkness. With no other option, we plunged into the chasm, sliding down the loose earth, our bodies battered and bruised. The creature's roars echoed above us, its frustration palpable as it struggled to navigate the treacherous terrain. We reached the bottom of the ravine, our bodies aching, our clothes torn and dirty. We huddled together, catching our breath, listening for any sign of our pursuer. The silence was deafening, broken only by the pounding of our own hearts. Had we escaped? Or was the creature merely biding its time, waiting for us to emerge from our hiding place? The fear remained, a cold knot in our stomachs. We were lost, alone, and hunted in the heart of Redwood National Park. The night was far from over, and the creature still lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim its prey. The ravine offered a temporary respite, its steep walls and dense foliage providing a shield from the creature's pursuit. We huddled together, our bodies trembling with exhaustion and fear, the echoes of the creature's roars still ringing in our ears. The darkness was absolute, the only light emanating from the faint glow of the moon filtering through the thick canopy above. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a reminder of the forest's ancient presence. We listened intently for any sign of the creature, our senses heightened, our hearts pounding in our chests. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the distant hoot of an owl. "Do you think it's gone?" Emily whispered, her voice barely audible. "I don't know," I replied, my voice equally hushed. "But we can't stay here forever." We needed to find a way out of the ravine, a way to escape the creature's clutches. But the walls were steep and treacherous, the terrain unforgiving. As we contemplated our next move, a pair of glowing eyes pierced the darkness, sending a fresh wave of terror through our veins. The eyes were large and luminous, their eerie green light cutting through the gloom like beacons. The creature had found us. It emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form silhouetted against the faint moonlight. Its elongated limbs moved with an unnatural grace, its claws scraping against the rocky walls of the ravine. Its face, a twisted mockery of human features, was contorted in a snarl, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. The creature descended upon us, its eyes fixed on its prey. We scrambled back, our screams echoing through the ravine, our desperate attempts to escape futile against its relentless pursuit. It lunged at Ben, its claws outstretched, its jaws gaping wide. Ben cried out in terror, raising his arms in a feeble attempt to defend himself. But the creature was too fast, too strong. Its claws raked across Ben's face, leaving deep, bloody gashes. Ben fell to the ground, his screams turning to whimpers of pain. Emily and I, paralyzed with fear, watched helplessly as the creature loomed over Ben, its eyes glowing with a predatory hunger. Just as the creature was about to deliver the final blow, a distraction came from above. A shower of rocks and debris rained down from the top of the ravine, dislodging the creature from its perch. We looked up to see a figure silhouetted against the moonlit sky. It was Ranger Thompson, his face grim, his eyes filled with a desperate determination. He had returned. Ranger Thompson landed with a thud on the uneven terrain of the ravine, his flashlight beam dancing wildly in the darkness. The creature, momentarily disoriented by the sudden shower of debris, turned its attention to the new arrival, its glowing eyes fixated on the ranger with a predatory intensity. "Stay back!" Ranger Thompson shouted, his voice echoing through the ravine. He raised his hands, not in surrender, but in a gesture of defiance, as if trying to ward off the creature with sheer willpower. The creature snarled, its grotesque form shifting and contorting as it circled the ranger, its claws scraping against the rocky walls, sending sparks flying. The tension was palpable, the air thick with fear and anticipation. Then, without warning, Ranger Thompson lunged forward, not at the creature, but at a small crevice hidden in the shadows of the ravine wall. He reached into the crevice and pulled out a small, metallic object, a device that resembled a remote control. He pressed a button, and a high-pitched whine filled the air. The creature recoiled, its eyes widening in apparent pain, its movements becoming erratic and disoriented. "It's a sonic emitter," Ranger Thompson explained, his voice strained but steady. "It disrupts their nervous system." He continued to press the button, the sonic waves washing over the creature, causing it to writhe and convulse. It stumbled back, its claws digging into the earth, its roars turning into guttural cries of agony. Emily and I, still reeling from the encounter, watched in stunned silence as the creature, once an unstoppable force of terror, was now rendered helpless by the ranger's device. "But how?" I stammered, my voice barely above a whisper. "How did you know?" Ranger Thompson turned to us, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and determination. "I've been tracking this creature for weeks," he explained. "I knew about the experiments, about the disastrous consequences." He paused, his gaze fixed on the writhing creature. "This isn't the first one," he continued, his voice heavy with regret. "There are others out there, lurking in the shadows." He looked at us, his eyes filled with a plea. "You have to help me stop them," he said. "We have to contain this before it's too late." The creature, weakened and disoriented by the sonic emitter, retreated further into the shadows, its glowing eyes still fixed on us with a malevolent glare. Ranger Thompson, his face grim, maintained a steady stream of sonic waves, keeping the creature at bay. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice urgent. "This device won't hold it for long." He turned to us, his eyes filled with a newfound determination. "I know a way out," he said. "Follow me." With renewed hope, we followed Ranger Thompson deeper into the ravine, navigating the treacherous terrain with a newfound sense of purpose. The ranger led us through a narrow passage, barely visible in the darkness, his flashlight beam illuminating the path ahead. The passage opened into a hidden cave, its walls damp and glistening with moisture. A faint light emanated from the depths of the cave, beckoning us forward. "This is an old smuggler's tunnel," Ranger Thompson explained. "It leads back to the park boundary." We pressed on, our footsteps echoing through the cavernous space. The air grew colder, the silence broken only by the dripping of water and the occasional scuttling of unseen creatures. As we neared the end of the tunnel, a faint glow illuminated the exit. We emerged from the cave, blinking in the sudden brightness of the moonlit night. We had escaped the ravine, the creature, and the horrors of the abandoned ranger station. But our ordeal was far from over. We stood at the edge of the forest, the vast expanse of Redwood National Park stretching out before us. The whispers, though fainter now, still lingered in the air, a reminder of the unseen forces that lurked within the shadows. Ranger Thompson turned to us, his face etched with a mixture of relief and determination. "We need to warn the others," he said. We need to expose the truth about the experiments, about the creatures. He looked at us, his eyes filled with a plea. Will you help me? We nodded, our hearts filled with a newfound courage. We had faced our fears, confronted the unknown, and emerged stronger, more resilient. We were ready to fight for the truth, to protect the innocent, to ensure that no one else would suffer the horrors we had endured. Together, we would face the darkness and bring the secrets of Redwood National Park to light. The first rays of dawn painted the sky with hues of orange and purple as we emerged from the depths of Redwood National Park. We were battered, bruised, and exhausted, but we had survived. We had faced the horrors of the forest, confronted the creatures born from twisted experiments, and escaped with our lives. But the scars of our experience ran deep. The memories of the creature's grotesque form, the echoes of its terrifying roars, and the chilling whispers that haunted the woods would forever be etched in our minds. We returned to civilization, to the familiar comforts of our everyday lives, but the world seemed different now. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more ominous, and the whispers of the wind carried a haunting reminder of the darkness we had encountered. We shared our story with the authorities, revealing the truth about the abandoned ranger station, the secret experiments, and the monstrous creatures that roamed the forest. Our words were met with skepticism at first, but the evidence we presented, the photographs, the ranger's logbook, and the scars on our bodies, spoke for themselves. An investigation was launched, and the truth about the experiments was exposed. The scientists responsible were apprehended, and the remaining creatures were captured and contained. Redwood National Park was closed to the public, its trails and campsites deserted, its beauty tainted by the horrors that had unfolded within its depths. We tried to move on, to heal from the trauma we had endured. But the whispers followed us, haunting our dreams, reminding us of the darkness that still lurked in the shadows. We knew that the creatures were contained, that the experiments were halted, but the fear remained. The forest held a dark secret, a hidden truth that whispered on the wind, a chilling reminder that some things are best left undisturbed. We carried the scars of our experience, both physical and emotional, a testament to the horrors we had faced. But we also carried a newfound strength, a resilience forged in the fires of fear and adversity. We had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, forever bound by the shared experience that had tested our limits and revealed the depths of our courage. The first thing you learn when you become a park ranger is that nature doesn't give a damn about you. It's beautiful, sure, in a raw, untamed kind of way, but it's also indifferent. A falling tree doesn't care if it squashes you flat, a flash flood won't hesitate to sweep you away, and the mountain lion definitely isn't going to ask permission before it makes you its lunch. I've been working in Yosemite for 5 years, long enough to lose the wide-eyed wonder that most newbies have. The towering granite cliffs, the cascading waterfalls, the endless expanse of pine trees, it all just blurred into the background after a while. What was left was the grind, the endless paperwork, the tourists with their endless questions. Where are the bathrooms? Can I feed the bears? Is this the way to that rock thingy? And the gnawing feeling that I was wasting my life. Don't get me wrong, I love the outdoors. Always had. Growing up in a cramped city apartment, I dreamed of escaping to the wilderness, of breathing in the fresh air and feeling the sun on my face. But reality, as it often does, had a way of tarnishing those dreams. The pay was lousy, the hours were long, and the solitude started to get to me after a while. This particular day was no different. I was patrolling the southern edge of the park, the part that bordered the dusty little town of Mariposa. It was late afternoon, the sun already sinking behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the dusty trail. The air was still and heavy, the kind of heat that makes you sweat just standing still. I was about to turn back when I spotted a figure in the distance. A man, dressed in expensive-looking hunting gear, was leaning against a tree, seemingly waiting for me. He had a smug look on his face, the kind that made me want to punch him in the gut. "You the ranger?" he asked, his voice thick with arrogance. "That's me," I replied, already feeling a knot of unease forming in my stomach. "Good," he said, a sly smile spreading across his face. "I've got a proposition for you." The man stepped closer, and I got a good look at him. He was older than I'd first thought, maybe late 50s, with a face that looked like it had been carved from granite. His eyes were cold and calculating, like a hawk sizing up its prey. He wore an expensive-looking hunting jacket, the kind with all the fancy pockets and zippers, and a pair of boots that probably cost more than my entire uniform. "Name's Mr. Caldwell," he said, extending a hand. I hesitated for a moment, then shook it. His grip was firm, almost bone-crushing. "Ranger Ben," I replied, trying to maintain a neutral tone. "So, Ben," Mr. Caldwell continued, "I hear you're a man who appreciates the finer things in life." He winked, and I felt a shiver crawl down my spine. "Things like opportunity." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a thick wad of cash. My eyes widened. I'd never seen that much money in my life. "This is for you," Caldwell said, his voice smooth as silk. "All yours, if you're willing to be discreet." "Discreet?" I echoed, my mind racing. "Let's just say I have a certain hobby," Caldwell explained, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "A hobby that's not exactly legal within these park boundaries." He paused, letting the implication sink in. I felt a knot tightening in my stomach. This guy was talking about poaching. "I'm a hunter, Ben," Caldwell continued, his voice low and conspiratorial. "But not just any hunter. I like a challenge. Something rare. Something that most people wouldn't even dream of hunting." He leaned closer, his breath hot against my ear. "I'm talking about the things that go bump in the night, Ben. The things that the Park Service doesn't want you to know about." My heart pounded in my chest. This guy was clearly insane. But the sight of that money, it was tempting, to say the least. My rent was overdue, my truck was on its last legs, and that pile of cash could solve all my problems in an instant. "So, what do you say, Ben?" Caldwell asked, his eyes boring into mine. "Are you in?" My mind was a whirlwind. On one hand, this was insane. This guy, Caldwell, was clearly off his rocker. Talking about hunting mythical creatures? In Yosemite? It was ridiculous. And illegal. Like, seriously illegal. I could lose my job, get arrested, maybe even end up as another missing person statistic in this vast wilderness. But on the other hand, that money, it was a life-changing amount. Enough to pay off my debts, fix my truck, maybe even take a real vacation for once. And who knows, maybe Caldwell was just some harmless eccentric with a weird sense of humor. Maybe he just wanted to hunt some rare bird or something. "Look, Mr. Caldwell," I said, trying to sound calm, "I appreciate the offer, but..." "But what?" he interrupted, his eyes narrowing. "This is a national park," I explained, trying to reason with him. "Hunting is strictly prohibited. And talking about other things." I trailed off, not wanting to even mention the crazy stuff he'd been saying about creatures of the night. Caldwell chuckled, a low, menacing sound. "Rules are made to be broken, Ben. And besides, who's going to know? It'll be our little secret." He held up the wad of cash again, waving it temptingly in front of my face. "Think about it, Ben. A little discretion for a lot of reward. It's a win-win situation." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. The sun had almost disappeared now, and the forest was growing darker. The shadows seemed to be stretching, reaching out like grasping claws. I felt a shiver run down my spine, and it wasn't just from the cool evening air. "All right," I said finally, my voice barely above a whisper. "But no killing anything endangered. And definitely no mythical creatures." Caldwell grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Don't worry, Ben. I have something specific in mind." He stuffed the money into my hand. It felt warm, almost alive. I shoved it into my pocket, trying not to think about where it came from. "Follow me," Caldwell said, turning and heading deeper into the woods. "The night is young, and the hunt is on." I hesitated for a moment, my gut screaming at me to turn back. But the weight of the money in my pocket was a powerful persuader. With a sigh of resignation, I followed Caldwell into the darkening forest. We hiked for what felt like hours. The trail we were following was barely visible, a narrow, winding path that snaked through the dense undergrowth. Caldwell, despite his age, moved with surprising agility, his boots crunching on the dry leaves and twigs. I struggled to keep up, my heavy ranger boots feeling like lead weights. The forest was eerily quiet. The usual sounds of the wilderness, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls, were absent, replaced by an unsettling silence. The only sound was our own breathing and the occasional snap of a branch under our feet. "Where are we going?" I asked, my voice echoing through the trees. Caldwell glanced back at me, a smirk playing on his lips. "Patience, Ben. All good things come to those who wait." I didn't like the sound of that. His words had a sinister undertone, like a predator toying with its prey. I felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that I'd made a terrible mistake. We finally reached a clearing, a small, open space bathed in the pale moonlight. In the center stood a dilapidated cabin, its windows boarded up and its roof partially collapsed. It looked like it hadn't been inhabited in decades. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Our base of operations, Caldwell replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. And the perfect spot for our hunt. He pulled a large backpack from his shoulders and began unpacking its contents. I watched in disbelief as he laid out an array of weapons, a high-powered rifle with a night vision scope, a crossbow with razor-sharp bolts, a hunting knife with a serrated blade. "You're serious about this, aren't you?" I said, my voice trembling. Caldwell grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Deadly serious, Ben. This isn't just a hunt. It's a test. A test of survival." He handed me a flashlight. "Here. You'll need this." I took the flashlight, my hand shaking. I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare, unable to wake up. "Now," Caldwell said, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper, "let the games begin." Caldwell, with an unsettling glint in his eyes, handed me a worn map. "This shows the old logging trails," he explained, his voice a hushed rasp. "They'll lead you to where we need to be." He pointed to a circled area on the map. "This is where I saw it. A clearing near the creek bed. It's where we'll set the bait." Bait? What the hell was he planning to hunt that needed bait? My unease was quickly turning into full-blown fear. "What exactly are we hunting?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. Caldwell gave me a sly smile. "You'll see. Just follow the trail and keep your eyes peeled. And Ben," he added, his voice dropping to a menacing whisper, "don't wander off. You wouldn't want to become the hunted." He slapped me on the shoulder, the gesture feeling more like a threat than a friendly pat. With that, he turned and disappeared into the shadows of the forest. I stared at the map, my heart pounding in my chest. The trail looked treacherous, winding through thick undergrowth and steep ravines. And what was this thing he was so eager to hunt? The more I thought about it, the more I regretted taking this job. With a deep breath, I switched on my flashlight and started down the trail. The beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The forest was alive with unseen creatures, rustling leaves, snapping twigs, the occasional hoot of an owl. Every sound sent a jolt of fear through me. As I walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me from the darkness. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the sound of my own footsteps and the pounding of my heart. Suddenly, I heard a noise. A low growl, deep and guttural, coming from somewhere in the trees ahead. I froze, my blood turning to ice. The growl came again, closer this time. I gripped the flashlight tighter, my knuckles turning white. Something was out there. Something big. And it was watching me. The growl ripped through the silence again, closer this time. It sounded like something out of a nightmare, a deep, guttural sound that vibrated through my very bones. I fumbled for the flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. The beam of light danced wildly through the trees, catching glimpses of gnarled branches and thick undergrowth. I took a step back, my heart pounding like a drum in my chest. What the hell was that thing? A bear? A mountain lion? No, it sounded too primal, too monstrous. Suddenly, the growling stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. It was the silence of anticipation, the quiet before the storm. I held my breath, straining my ears for any sound. Then, I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing like embers in the darkness, appeared from behind a thicket of bushes. They were huge, yellow eyes, filled with a cold, predatory intelligence. I felt a wave of terror wash over me, my legs turning to jelly. The creature stepped out of the shadows, and I gasped. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was tall and muscular, with a thick coat of matted fur. Its limbs were long and powerful, ending in sharp claws that scraped against the ground. But it was its face that truly terrified me. It was a grotesque mockery of a human face, with a long, snout-like nose, sharp teeth that protruded from its jaws, and those glowing yellow eyes that seemed to pierce my very soul. The creature let out a low growl, and I stumbled backwards, tripping over a tree root. I fell to the ground, my flashlight clattering away into the darkness. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my throat. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched. I screamed and threw my arms up to protect myself. But the attack never came. I opened my eyes and saw the creature standing over me, its eyes fixed on something behind me. I turned my head and saw Caldwell standing there, a rifle in his hands. He aimed the rifle at the creature, his face grim. "Stay back, Ben," he said, his voice steady. "This is my fight." He fired the rifle, the sound echoing through the forest. The creature roared in pain and stumbled backwards. Caldwell fired again, and the creature let out a final, agonizing cry before collapsing to the ground. I stared at the fallen creature, my mind reeling. What the hell had I gotten myself into? The silence after the gunshot was deafening. My ears were ringing, and my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. I stared at the creature's lifeless body, its grotesque form sprawled on the forest floor. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I had to turn away to avoid throwing up. Caldwell lowered his rifle, a grim satisfaction etched on his face. "Well, that takes care of that," he said, his voice calm and collected. He approached the creature cautiously, prodding it with the butt of his rifle. What was that thing?" I stammered, my voice trembling. Caldwell chuckled darkly. "That, my friend, was a skinwalker." "A skinwalker?" The name sent a shiver down my spine. I'd heard whispers of these creatures, legends told around campfires to scare children. Shape-shifting monsters that roamed the wilderness, preying on unsuspecting victims. I always dismissed them as folklore, but now I wasn't so sure. "But how?" I stammered, my mind struggling to comprehend what I'd just witnessed. Caldwell shrugged. "These woods are full of secrets, Ben. Things that most people wouldn't believe. I've been hunting them for years." He bent down and examined the creature's body, a strange glint in his eyes. This one was particularly elusive. Took me months to track it down. He straightened up, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. but now it's mine. He turned to me, his expression suddenly turning serious. Listen, Ben, I need your help. We need to get this thing back to my cabin. I want to study it. Study it? The thought made my stomach churn. But I knew I didn't have a choice. I was in too deep now. Okay, I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Caldwell nodded. Good. Now, grab its legs. We need to move quickly before it attracts any unwanted attention. I hesitated, my gaze drawn to the creature's lifeless eyes. They seemed to stare back at me, filled with a cold, accusing glare. I swallowed hard and forced myself to reach down and grab the creature's cold, stiff legs. As we dragged the Skinwalker's body through the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The trees seemed to loom over us, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. I felt a growing sense of dread, a premonition that something terrible was about to happen. And I was right. We were halfway back to the cabin, the Skinwalker's limp body dragging between us, leaving a trail of dark blood on the forest floor. The silence was unnerving, broken only by our ragged breathing and the rustling of leaves under our feet. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see another pair of glowing eyes watching us from the darkness. Suddenly, Caldwell stopped, his body tensing. "Did you hear that?" he whispered, his voice tight with apprehension. I strained my ears, but all I could hear was the pounding of my own heart. "Hear what?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "That sound," he hissed, his eyes darting around nervously. Like something's moving through the trees." I listened again, and this time I heard it. A faint rustling, like something large was moving through the undergrowth. It was coming from behind us, getting closer. "We need to move," Caldwell said urgently, his voice laced with fear. "Now!" We started running, dragging the Skinwalker's body behind us. The rustling sound grew louder, closer. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, my lungs burning. Fear lent me a burst of adrenaline, and I pushed myself harder, ignoring the aching in my muscles. We burst into the clearing where the cabin stood, its dark silhouette looming against the moonlit sky. Caldwell fumbled with the door, his hand shaking. He finally managed to get it open, and we stumbled inside, slamming the door shut behind us. We leaned against the door, gasping for breath. The rustling sound stopped just outside the cabin. We could hear something sniffing at the door, its hot breath whistling through the cracks. "What is it?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Caldwell shook his head, his face pale. "I don't know," he said, his voice barely audible. "But it's not alone." A chorus of growls erupted from outside the cabin, sending chills down my spine. We were surrounded. The cabin was small and cramped, with a single room and a loft. Dust motes danced in the shafts of moonlight that streamed through the gaps in the boarded-up windows. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and decay. I could hear the creatures sniffing and scratching at the door, their growls echoing through the silence. Caldwell was frantically searching the room, his eyes wild with panic. "There has to be something," he muttered, pulling open drawers and cupboards. "A weapon, a way out. I joined in the search, but it was futile. The cabin was bare, stripped of anything useful. There was an old rusty axe head in the corner, but no handle. A few empty cans and some tattered blankets were scattered on the floor. Nothing that could help us against the pack of creatures outside. "We're trapped," I said, my voice hollow. Caldwell slumped against the wall, his face pale and drawn. "No," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "There has to be a way out." He looked up at the loft. "Maybe there's something up there," he said, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He grabbed a rickety ladder and climbed up into the loft. I followed close behind, my heart pounding in my chest. The loft was small and dusty, with a low ceiling. Moonlight filtered through a hole in the roof, illuminating a pile of old boxes and furniture. Caldwell started rummaging through the boxes, tossing aside old clothes and tools. Suddenly, he let out a cry of triumph. "I found it," he exclaimed, holding up a rifle. It was an old lever-action rifle, battered and worn, but it looked functional. He climbed back down the ladder, his eyes gleaming with renewed hope. "This is it, Ben," he said, handing me the rifle. "This is our chance." He grabbed the axe head and positioned himself by the door. "I'll hold them off," he said. "You get ready to shoot." The creatures outside were growing impatient. Their growls were louder now, and we could hear them scratching and clawing at the door. The wood creaked and groaned under the pressure. "Get ready," Caldwell whispered, his voice tense. The door burst open, and a creature lunged inside. Caldwell swung the axe head, striking the creature in the head. It let out a howl of pain and stumbled back. Another creature entered the cabin, its eyes glowing in the darkness. I raised the rifle, my hand shaking. I took aim and squeezed the trigger. The rifle roared, the sound deafening in the confined space. The creature staggered back, its chest blooming with blood. It let out a final, agonizing cry before collapsing to the ground. More creatures were pouring into the cabin now, their eyes glowing with rage. I fired again and again, the rifle bucking in my hands. Caldwell was fighting like a madman, the axe head whistling through the air. But we were outnumbered. The creatures were closing in, their claws reaching for us. I felt a sharp pain in my arm as a claw raked across my flesh. I stumbled back, my vision blurring. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Caldwell was on the ground, his body pinned beneath a creature. The creature's jaws were open wide, its teeth bared in a snarl. I screamed and raised the rifle, but it was too late. The creature lunged, its jaws closing around Caldwell's throat. The sight of Caldwell being torn apart sent a wave of terror and nausea through me. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a loose floorboard. I fell to the ground, the rifle clattering away from my grasp. The creatures were all over me in an instant, their claws tearing at my clothes, their hot breath reeking of death and decay. I thrashed and kicked, but it was no use. They were too strong, too many. I felt a sharp pain in my leg as a claw ripped through my flesh. I cried out, my vision blurring. I closed my eyes, waiting for the final blow, but it never came. I opened my eyes and saw the creatures backing away, their growls turning into whimpers. They were looking past me, their eyes wide with fear. I turned my head and saw a figure standing in the doorway. It was tall and imposing, its form shrouded in shadow. It raised its hand, and the creatures cowered, their whimpers turning into terrified yelps. The figure stepped into the cabin, and the creatures scattered, fleeing into the darkness. As it approached, I realized it wasn't human. It was the Skinwalker. But it was different. Its eyes no longer glowed with a predatory hunger. Instead, they were filled with a deep sadness, a profound sorrow. It stopped in front of me, its gaze fixed on my face. I felt a strange calmness wash over me, a sense of peace I hadn't felt since this whole nightmare began. The Skinwalker reached out and touched my forehead. I felt a jolt of energy surge through my body, and then everything went black. I woke up in my own bed, the morning sun streaming through my window. I sat up, my heart pounding. It was all just a dream. A terrible, vivid dream. But as I looked down at my leg, I saw a deep, jagged scar where the creature had clawed me. And on my forehead, I felt a faint tingling sensation, a lingering reminder of the Skinwalker's touch. I got out of bed and went to the window. I looked out at the forest, its green canopy shimmering in the sunlight. It looked peaceful, serene. But I knew the truth. Beneath its tranquil surface, something dark and ancient lurked. Something that I had glimpsed, something that would forever haunt my dreams. I never went back to Yosemite. I quit my job as a park ranger and moved to the city, where the noise and the crowds drowned out the whispers of the wilderness. But even now, years later, I still sometimes wake up in the night, my heart pounding, the memory of that terrifying night in the forest still fresh in my mind. And sometimes, when the wind howls and the trees creak, I can almost hear the growls of the creatures, the echo of their fear, and the mournful gaze of the Skinwalker, forever watching, forever waiting. The beam of my flashlight danced across the trail, snatching glimpses of pine needles and dirt from the darkness. It was a cool October night, the kind that made you glad to be bundled up in a thick uniform. Another late patrol in Redwood National Park. Usually, it was pretty uneventful, the occasional lost hiker, maybe a raccoon getting into the trash cans. But tonight, something felt off. A rustle in the undergrowth made me swing the flashlight towards the sound. Just the wind, I told myself. But then it came again, closer this time, followed by a low growl that sent a shiver down my spine. Whatever was out there, it wasn't a squirrel. Hey! Who's there? I called out, my voice echoing through the stillness. No answer. Just that unsettling growl, getting louder now. Gripping my flashlight tighter, I moved cautiously towards the sound. The beam caught something, 2 points of light, reflecting back at me from the darkness. Eyes. Big, luminous eyes, set wide apart. My heart started pounding. Whatever was watching me, it wasn't anything I'd ever seen before. As I crept closer, the creature stepped into the light. And that's when I nearly jumped out of my boots. It was monstrous, twisted and deformed, like a bear that had been put together wrong. Its fur was matted and patchy, its limbs long and gangly, and its face. God, its face. It was all snout and teeth, with these huge, bulging eyes that seemed to burn right through me. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to run. The thing let out a hiss, a sound like air escaping a tire, and took a step towards me. That's when I snapped out of it. I turned and bolted, scrambling back down the trail, my flashlight bouncing wildly. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. Slumped behind the wheel, I tried to catch my breath. What the hell had I just seen? Was it some kind of bear, maybe sick or injured? But the eyes, those eyes were like nothing I'd ever seen on any animal. I knew I should report it, but what was I supposed to say? Hey, I saw a monster in the woods. They think I was crazy. Hell, maybe I was crazy. But deep down, I knew I hadn't imagined it. There was something out there in the darkness, something that wasn't supposed to exist. And it was watching me. The next few days were a blur. I went through the motions at work, patrolling the trails, checking campsites, pretending everything was normal. But it wasn't. That thing in the woods, it had gotten into my head. I couldn't shake the image of its twisted form, those burning eyes. Sleep was a battlefield. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back on that trail, the creature looming over me, its hot breath on my face. I woke up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, the sheets tangled around my legs. Even during the day, I couldn't relax. Every shadow, every rustle in the leaves sent a jolt of fear through me. I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, my hand hovering near my sidearm. I knew I was being paranoid, but I couldn't help it. And then there were the noises. Every night, after the sun went down, I'd hear them, strange sounds coming from the depths of the forest. Sometimes it was a low growl, like the one I'd heard that first night. Other times it was a series of crashes and thumps, like something large was moving through the underbrush. One night, I even heard a high-pitched screech that made my blood run cold. I tried to convince myself it was just animals, bears, coyotes, maybe even a mountain lion. But deep down, I knew it was something else. Something bigger, something unnatural. Then there was the incident with the broken trees. I was patrolling a section of the park I didn't usually frequent when I came across a swathe of snapped pines. These weren't just fallen over, they were snapped, like twigs. Whatever had done this had to be incredibly strong. And judging by the tracks, huge, clawed prints that I couldn't identify, it was also incredibly big. I took pictures, of course. Evidence. Something to show Sarah, my partner. Maybe she'd be able to make sense of it. Maybe she could tell me I was losing my mind and it was all just a bear. But as I stood there, staring at those broken trees, a cold dread settled over me. I wasn't just imagining things. There was something out there in the woods. Something dangerous. And it was getting closer. Sarah, bless her soul, was the most level-headed person I knew. We'd been partners for 5 years, and she'd seen me through some hairy situations, lost hikers, wildfires, even a grumpy bear that wandered into a campsite. But nothing like this. I found her in the ranger station, going over some reports. "Hey Sarah, got a minute?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked up, those sharp blue eyes of hers scanning my face. "You all right, Jim? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Horse," I muttered, pulling up a chair. And then I spilled it all out. The creature, the noises, the broken trees. I even showed her the pictures. She listened patiently, her expression unreadable. When I was finished, she leaned back in her chair, tapping a pen against her lips. "Okay," she said slowly. "That's definitely weird." "Weird?" I practically yelled. "Sarah, I saw a freaking monster." She held up a hand. I know. But let's not jump to conclusions. There could be a rational explanation for all this." "Like what?" I challenged. "I don't know," she admitted. "But we're gonna find out. We'll go back to that area tomorrow, check it out together. Maybe we'll find some more clues." A part of me wanted to tell her she was crazy. Go back there? No way. But another part of me, the part that was tired of being scared, wanted answers. And besides, having Sarah with me, with her calm demeanor and her trusty shotgun, made me feel a little braver. "All right," I agreed. "But we're taking my truck. Yours is too noisy." She smirked. "Scared it'll attract the monster?" I tried to laugh it off, but it came out more like a choked cough. "Just being cautious," I mumbled. The next morning, we set out, armed with flashlights, bear spray, and a healthy dose of apprehension. As we hiked through the woods, the silence was almost deafening. Every creak of a branch, every flutter of a bird's wings made me jump. Sarah, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. "See anything?" she asked, her voice calm and steady. "Just trees," I replied, my eyes darting around nervously. She chuckled. "Relax, Jim. We'll find this thing. Or whatever it is." Her confidence was contagious. Maybe we would find it. And maybe, just maybe, we'd be able to stop it. "You sure this is the spot?" Sarah asked, scanning the dense woods around us. "Yeah, pretty sure," I said, pointing towards the mangled remains of the pine trees. "This is where I found those tracks, too." We were back at the scene of the incident. The broken trees looked even more eerie in the daylight, their jagged ends reaching up like skeletal fingers. Sarah crouched down, examining the ground. "These prints are huge," she muttered, tracing the outline of a massive claw with her finger. "Definitely not a bear." "Told ya," I said, trying to sound nonchalant. But inside, I was a nervous wreck. Being back here, in the place where I'd first encountered that thing, it made my skin crawl. "We need to get some evidence," Sarah said, standing up. "Something concrete to show the higher-ups." "What do you suggest?" Ask it to pose for a selfie? I said, trying to lighten the mood. Sarah ignored my attempt at humor. I brought a trail camera, she said, pulling a small, camouflage-colored device from her backpack. We'll set it up here, see if we can catch anything on film. We spent the next hour carefully positioning the camera, making sure it had a clear view of the area. Sarah even rigged up a motion sensor, so it would only record when something moved. There, she said, dusting off her hands. Now we wait. Waiting was the hardest part. We spent the rest of the day patrolling the surrounding area, our eyes peeled for any sign of the creature. But it was like it had vanished. No noises, no tracks, nothing. By the time we headed back to the ranger station, the sun was already setting. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the silence broken only by the crunch of our boots on the dry leaves. You think we'll get anything? I asked, breaking the silence. I don't know, Sarah admitted. But I hope so. We need to know what we're dealing with. That night, I barely slept. All I could think about was that camera, out there in the darkness, its lens trained on the unknown. What if it caught something? What if it caught nothing? Either way, I knew I wouldn't rest until I saw that footage. I practically tore the door off the ranger station the next morning. Sarah was already there, a steaming mug of coffee in her hand and a grim look on her face. Don't tell me, I said, my voice tight with anticipation. The camera malfunctioned. Dead battery. Eaten by a squirrel. Sarah shook her head, her expression a mix of apprehension and something else. Fear? Excitement? I couldn't tell. No, the camera worked fine, she said, her voice low. A little too fine, actually. She gestured towards her laptop, where a grainy image flickered on the screen. It was the footage from the trail camera. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched. At first, there was nothing but the usual forest scenery, trees swaying in the breeze, a few birds flitting through the branches. Then, a shadow fell across the clearing. It was huge, blotting out the sun like a dark cloud. My breath caught in my throat as the creature stepped into view. It was even more terrifying than I remembered. Bigger, more menacing. Its fur was matted and dirty, its limbs long and twisted, its face a grotesque mask of teeth and glowing eyes. But the most disturbing thing was the way it moved. It wasn't the lumbering gait of a bear or the slinking movement of a mountain lion. It was fluid, almost graceful. It glided through the undergrowth like a phantom, its movements silent and deliberate. The creature paused in the clearing, its head cocked to one side as if listening. Then, it turned its gaze directly towards the camera. Those glowing eyes seemed to bore into me, even through the grainy footage. I felt a shiver run down my spine. It was like it knew we were watching. What the hell is that thing? I whispered, my voice barely audible. Sarah shook her head. I don't know, she admitted. But it's definitely not from around here. We watched the rest of the footage in silence. The creature lingered in the clearing for a few more minutes, sniffing the air and pawing at the ground. Then, it turned and vanished back into the woods. The footage ended, leaving us staring at the blank screen. I felt a sense of dread wash over me. We weren't just dealing with some wild animal. This was something else entirely. Something dangerous. Something evil. We need to show this to someone, I said, my voice shaking. Someone who can help us. Sarah nodded. I agree. But who? Who's going to believe us? That was the question, wasn't it? Who would believe that a monster was lurking in the woods? The ranger station felt like a tomb that morning. The usual chatter and bustle were replaced by a heavy silence as Sarah and I walked towards Chief Ranger Thompson's office. We called ahead, told him we had something urgent to show him. He didn't sound thrilled, but he agreed to see us. Thompson's office was small and cluttered, with maps and charts covering the walls and stacks of paperwork piled on his desk. He looked up as we entered, his expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. So, what's so important that it couldn't wait? He asked, leaning back in his chair. We got it, I said, holding up the trail camera. We got that thing on film. Thompson's eyebrows shot up. You're serious? Dead serious, Sarah confirmed, placing her laptop on his desk and opening it. Take a look. We played the footage, the grainy images flickering on the small screen. The creature, even more menacing in the daylight, stalked across the clearing, its eyes burning like embers. Thompson watched intently, his face grim. When the video ended, a heavy silence fell over the room. Thompson leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. Well, that's certainly interesting, he said slowly. Interesting? I blurted out. That thing's a monster. It's dangerous. Thompson sighed. Jim, I understand your concern, but we need to be rational about this. That footage could be faked. It could be some kind of elaborate hoax. A hoax? I sputtered. Who would go to all that trouble just to fake a monster? I don't know, Thompson admitted. But it's not outside the realm of possibility. People do strange things. But what about the broken trees? Sarah pressed. The tracks. You can't explain those away. Thompson rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There could be other explanations. A bear, maybe, a particularly large one. Or some kind of natural phenomenon we don't understand. I felt a surge of frustration. He was grasping at straws, trying to find any excuse not to believe us. Chief, with all due respect, Sarah said, her voice firm, we're not making this up. There's something out there, and it's a danger to the park and everyone in it. Thompson hesitated, his gaze flickering between us. I could see the doubt in his eyes, but also a flicker of something else. Fear? Or maybe recognition? All right, he said finally. I'll admit that footage is compelling. But I need more than just a video. I need hard evidence. Something tangible. What do you suggest we do? I asked. Capture it? Kill it? Thompson shook his head. No, that's too risky. We need to observe it, study it, figure out what we're dealing with. He leaned forward, his voice low. I'm going to authorize you to continue your investigation. But be careful. And keep this under wraps. We don't need to start a panic. We left Thompson's office with a mix of relief and apprehension. We finally had the go-ahead to investigate, but the weight of responsibility was heavy on our shoulders. We were walking a tightrope, trying to protect the park without alarming the public. And we were doing it with the knowledge that something terrifying was lurking in the shadows, watching our every move. The air hung heavy with the smell of damp earth and something else. Something ancient and vaguely unsettling. Sarah and I stood at the mouth of the abandoned mine shaft, our flashlights cutting weak beams into the impenetrable darkness. Even with the midday sun at our backs, the entrance seemed to swallow the light, leaving only a chilling void. You sure about this? I asked, my voice echoing faintly in the cavernous opening. It wasn't a question of courage, not exactly. More like a healthy dose of self-preservation kicking in. Those old mines were notorious, riddled with collapses and who knows what kind of dangers lurking in the depths. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, just shrugged. Got a better idea? Thompson wants observation, study, and unless the thing's taken up bird watching, I doubt we'll find it sipping tea in the visitor center. She had a point. And besides, the thought of that creature roaming free, maybe even stalking unsuspecting hikers, made my stomach churn. We had a responsibility to do something, even if it meant facing our own fears in the process. All right, I said, taking a deep breath and adjusting the grip on my flashlight. Let's get this over with. With Sarah in the lead, we stepped into the maw of the mine. The temperature dropped instantly, a wave of damp, cold air clinging to us like a shroud. The ground underfoot was uneven, a treacherous mix of loose rock and slick mud. The beam of my flashlight danced nervously across the rough-hewn walls, catching glimpses of rusted rails and crumbling support beams. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the drip 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 of water echoing through the tunnels. Every creak and groan of the old mine seemed amplified, setting my nerves on edge. I kept expecting to hear something, a growl, a screech, the scrape of claws on rock, but there was only the unsettling silence. We pressed on, deeper into the labyrinthine tunnels. The air grew thicker, the smell of decay more pronounced. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that something was lurking just beyond the reach of our lights. See anything? I whispered, my voice barely audible above the drip of water. Sarah shook her head, her flashlight beam sweeping across the tunnel walls. Nothing yet. But I have a feeling we're not alone. A shiver ran down my spine. I had a feeling she was right. The deeper we ventured, the more claustrophobic the mine became. The tunnels narrowed, the air grew thick with the stench of damp earth and decay, and the silence pressed in on us like a physical weight. We were walking blind, our flashlights barely piercing the oppressive darkness. Then, we heard it. A low growl, rumbling through the tunnels like distant thunder. It wasn't the sound of any animal I'd ever heard before. It was deeper, more guttural, filled with a primal menace that made my blood run cold. Sarah froze, her flashlight beam fixed on the tunnel ahead. Did you hear that? She whispered, her voice barely audible. I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest. Yeah. What the hell was that? The growl came again, closer this time. It was followed by a series of scrapes and thuds, like something heavy was dragging itself along the tunnel floor. We need to get out of here, I said, my voice tight with fear. But Sarah didn't move. She was staring intently down the tunnel, her eyes white with a mixture of fear and fascination. No, she whispered. We need to see it. Before I could protest, she started forward, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. I had no choice but to follow. The tunnel opened into a large cavern, the air thick with dust and the smell of stale water. Our flashlights danced across the walls, revealing a jumble of fallen rocks and rusted machinery. And then we saw it. The creature was crouched in the center of the cavern, its back to us. It was even larger than it appeared in the video, its form hulking and misshapen. Its fur was matted and filthy, its limbs long and twisted, and its head was a grotesque mask of teeth and glowing eyes. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was a nightmare come to life. The creature turned its head, its glowing eyes fixing on us. A low growl rumbled in its chest, and it took a step towards us. I raised my gun, my finger trembling on the trigger. But Sarah grabbed my arm. Don't, she whispered. It hasn't attacked us yet. The creature stopped, its eyes still fixed on us. It seemed to be studying us, assessing us. Then, it did something unexpected. It let out a low whine, a sound that was almost mournful. And then it turned and vanished into the darkness. The silence in the cavern was deafening after the creature disappeared. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs, flashlight shaking in my hand. Sarah seemed equally stunned, her eyes wide and unfocused. What the hell was that? I finally managed to stammer, my voice a hoarse whisper. Sarah shook her head, her face pale. I don't know. But it definitely wasn't what I expected. Expected? I scoffed. Who expects to come face to face with a monster in an abandoned mine? She gave me a weak smile. Good point. But did you see its eyes? It almost looked sad. Sad? This thing that had been haunting my nightmares, snapping trees like twigs, lurking in the shadows, sad? I thought she was losing it. Sarah, that thing is a predator, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. We need to get out of here, now. But just as I said it, the ground shook beneath our feet. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and a deep rumbling echoed through the cavern. Then, with a sickening groan, the tunnel behind us collapsed, sealing off our exit. We were trapped. Panic clawed at my throat. I spun around, frantically searching for another way out, but there was nothing but solid rock. We're trapped. I yelled, my voice echoing off the cavern walls. Sarah, ever the calm one, was already assessing the situation. Okay, stay calm. There has to be another way out. But even as she said it, I heard another sound. A low growl, echoing from the depths of the cavern. The creature was still there. It emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. It moved with a surprising agility for its size, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly across the uneven ground. "We have to fight," I said, raising my gun. Sarah nodded, her face grim. "I've got your back." The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from my face. I fired, the gunshot echoing through the cavern. The creature roared in pain, stumbling back. But it wasn't over. It charged again, its eyes filled with rage. I fired again and again, the gun bucking in my hand. Sarah was firing too, her shots finding their mark. The creature was hit again and again, but it kept coming. It was like something out of a horror movie, a desperate struggle for survival against a creature that seemed unstoppable. The creature roared one last time, a sound of fury and pain, before collapsing to the ground with a sickening thud. Its chest heaved, its glowing eyes flickering, then finally dimming into nothingness. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the ringing in my ears and the ragged sound of our own breathing. I lowered my gun, my hand trembling. Sarah slumped against the cavern wall, her face pale and streaked with sweat. We had done it. We had actually killed the thing. But the victory felt hollow. The cavern was a tomb, the air thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. And Sarah. Sarah? I rushed to her side, my heart seizing in my chest. She was clutching her side, blood soaking through her shirt. I think it got me," she gasped, her voice weak. Panic surged through me. I tore off my belt, using it as a makeshift tourniquet to try and stem the bleeding. But it was no use. The wound was too deep. "No, no, no," I muttered, my voice cracking. "Stay with me, Sarah. Please." She reached out, her hand weakly grasping mine. "Jim, it's okay. We stopped it. But you..." I choked back a sob. "You didn't have to." Someone had to," she whispered, her voice fading. You were right. There's more out there." Her hand went limp in mine. Her eyes, those bright, fearless eyes, stared blankly ahead. I don't know how long I sat there, holding her lifeless body, the weight of her death crushing me. The world seemed to have shrunk to the confines of that dark, blood-soaked cavern. Finally, I forced myself to move. I had to get out of there. I had to tell someone what happened. I had to warn them. I found a narrow crevice in the collapsed tunnel, just big enough to squeeze through. It was a long, agonizing climb, but I made it. I emerged into the sunlight, blinking against the sudden brightness, the fresh air stinging my lungs. I stumbled back to the ranger station, my clothes torn, my body battered, my mind reeling. I told them everything, the creature, the mine, Sarah. They listened, their faces pale with shock and disbelief. They sent a team back to the mine. They found Sarah's body and the creature's. They found the collapsed tunnel and the other tunnels leading deeper into the mountain. They sealed off the mine, declared it a hazard zone. But I knew it was more than just a hazard. It was a gateway. A gateway to something dark and dangerous, something that we didn't understand. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that Sarah was right. There were more out there. And I would spend the rest of my life making sure they didn't get through. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long, eerie shadows across the Redwood National Park. Ranger Michael, a seasoned veteran of the Park Service, was conducting his routine evening patrol. The crisp air carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a familiar comfort to Michael. He loved this time of day, the solitude and the serenity of the ancient forest. He had just passed the towering General Sherman, the largest sequoia tree in the world, when a flicker of movement in the distance caught his eye. A flash of unnatural color, like a parrot in a pine forest. He squinted, his years of experience telling him that something wasn't right. Visitors were supposed to be out of the park by sunset, and besides, what could be that bright, that garish, this deep in the woods? Curiosity piqued, Michael veered off the trail, heading towards the disturbance. The colors seemed to dance between the trees, a jarring splash of vibrancy against the muted greens and browns. As he drew closer, a sense of unease settled over him. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Then, he saw it. Standing in a small clearing, bathed in the fading light, was a figure. Tall and impossibly thin, it seemed to sway slightly, like a willow in a gentle breeze. It was a clown. But not just any clown. This one was different. Its face was a grotesque mask of white, stretched into an unnatural grin that seemed to split its head in two. Its eyes were wide and black, like empty sockets staring into his soul. And its mouth, oh God, its mouth. A gaping maw filled with rows of jagged teeth, stained a sickening yellow. Michael froze, his breath catching in his throat. He had seen a lot of strange things in his years as a ranger, but nothing like this. This was something else entirely. Something evil. Michael's instinct screamed at him to run, to turn tail and flee back to the safety of his ranger station. But something held him rooted to the spot. A morbid curiosity, perhaps, or maybe a sense of duty that wouldn't let him ignore this bizarre intrusion into his domain. He was, after all, a park ranger. It was his job to protect this forest and the people who visited it. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Michael reached for the radio clipped to his belt. Static crackled in his ear, the signal weak this deep within the redwood's dense canopy. He tried to call in a report, his voice trembling slightly as he described the situation. Possible unauthorized person, south of General Sherman, appears to be dressed as a clown. Requesting backup. The only response was a burst of static. Damn it. He was on his own. He unholstered his flashlight, the beam cutting through the gathering darkness. It illuminated the clown's face, highlighting the grotesque details with terrifying clarity. The painted smile seemed to widen, as if mocking his fear. The clown began to move, taking a slow, deliberate step towards him. Michael's hand instinctively went to the taser on his hip. He had dealt with aggressive hikers and lost tourists before, but this was different. This felt predatory. "Stay back," he shouted, his voice echoing through the silent trees. "I'm a park ranger. Identify yourself." The clown tilted its head, a gesture that would have been comical under normal circumstances. But with that horrifying face and those empty eyes, it was anything but. It made no sound, just continued its slow advance. The flashlight beam trembled in Michael's hand, reflecting off the clown's eyes, which seemed to absorb the light, leaving only a chilling void. The clown stopped a few feet away, its head cocked to one side, as if studying him. Then, it did something that sent a shiver down Michael's spine. It smiled. A slow, deliberate stretching of its already grotesque grin, revealing rows of yellowed, pointed teeth. A low chuckle, like dry leaves rustling in the wind, escaped its painted lips. Michael knew then that he was in serious trouble. The silence that followed was deafening. Michael's ears strained, listening for any sound from the frozen figure. But there was nothing. No breathing, no heartbeat, no sign of life whatsoever. It was as if the clown had become a macabre statue, a grotesque monument to fear. He cautiously approached, his flashlight beam trained on the clown's face. The painted grin seemed to mock him, a chilling reminder of its unnatural resilience. He reached out a trembling hand and touched the clown's arm. It was cold, stiff, like touching a corpse. A wave of nausea swept over him. He stumbled back, his mind reeling. What was this thing? How could it withstand the taser's electrical current? Was it even alive? He glanced around the clearing, his eyes darting from shadow to shadow. He felt exposed, vulnerable. The towering redwoods, once a source of comfort and familiarity, now seemed to loom over him, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching down to snatch him away. He had to get out of there. He had to report this, to warn others. But his legs felt like lead, his body frozen in place by a primal fear he had never experienced before. He forced himself to move, turning and stumbling back towards the trail. He didn't look back, but he could feel the clown's presence behind him, its empty eyes burning into his back. He broke into a run, his boots pounding on the soft earth. The forest blurred around him, a kaleidoscope of greens and browns. He didn't stop running until he reached the safety of his ranger station, his lungs burning, his heart pounding in his chest. He burst through the door, gasping for breath. His colleagues stared at him in surprise, their faces etched with concern. "Michael." "What happened?" one of them asked. He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He could only point towards the forest, his eyes wide with terror. The clown. He finally managed to croak. The clown. News of Michael's encounter spread through the ranger station like wildfire. His colleagues, initially skeptical, were now gripped by a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity. They gathered around him, peppering him with questions, their voices hushed and anxious. What did it look like? What did it do? Are you sure it wasn't just a bear, or some prankster in a costume? Did you get a good look at its face? Michael recounted his experience, his voice trembling as he described the clown's grotesque appearance and unnatural resilience. He told them about the taser, the frozen grin, the chilling silence. His words painted a vivid picture of an encounter with something truly terrifying. The other rangers exchanged uneasy glances. They had all heard the stories, the whispers of strange occurrences in the Redwood National Park. Tales of missing hikers, unexplained noises, and fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures lurking amongst the ancient trees. But they had always dismissed them as folklore, the product of overactive imaginations and long nights spent alone in the wilderness. Now, faced with Michael's first-hand account, they could no longer ignore the possibility that something sinister was lurking in the shadows of their beloved park. A sense of dread settled over the ranger station. The usual banter and camaraderie were replaced by a tense silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the radio and the rustling of maps as they reviewed patrol routes and safety protocols. The park supervisor, a grizzled veteran named John, stepped forward. His face was grim, his eyes filled with a mixture of concern and determination. "We need to take this seriously," he said, his voice firm. "Michael, I want you to stay here and rest. We'll organize a search party and see if we can find this thing." Michael nodded, his body still trembling from the encounter. He knew he wasn't imagining things. He knew the clown was real, and he knew it was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. John, the park supervisor, wasted no time. He assembled a search party, comprised of 4 experienced rangers armed with flashlights, radios, and tranquilizer guns. Michael, despite his shaken state, insisted on joining them. He knew the terrain better than anyone, and he felt a burning need to confront the creature that had terrorized him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, the search party ventured into the depths of Redwood National Park. The air was thick with tension, the silence broken only by the crunch of their boots on the damp earth and the occasional crackle of static from their radios. They followed the trail Michael had taken earlier, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, searching for any sign of the clown. The towering redwoods loomed over them, their branches intertwined like a vast, skeletal canopy. The forest seemed to hold its breath, a silent observer to their desperate search. As they approached the clearing where Michael had encountered the clown, a sense of unease settled over the group. The air grew heavy, charged with an unseen energy. The rangers exchanged nervous glances, their hands tightening around their weapons. John raised his hand, signaling the group to stop. He pointed towards a figure standing in the shadows at the edge of the clearing. It was tall and thin, its silhouette unmistakable. The clown. It stood motionless, its white face gleaming in the moonlight. It seemed to be waiting for them, its presence a silent challenge. John whispered instructions to the other rangers, his voice low and urgent. They fanned out, surrounding the clearing, their weapons trained on the clown. The tension was palpable. The rangers held their breath, their fingers hovering over the triggers. The clown remained motionless, its grin a grotesque mockery of their fear. Then, with a suddenness that startled them all, the clown moved. It darted into the shadows, disappearing amongst the trees. After it, John shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. The rangers rushed forward, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, their boots pounding on the soft earth. They pursued the clown through the dense undergrowth, their hearts pounding in their chests. The chase was on. The rangers plunged deeper into the redwood forest, their pursuit of the clown relentless. The towering trees, shrouded in darkness, seemed to close in around them, their branches forming a labyrinth of shadows. The forest floor was a treacherous maze of roots and fallen logs, making the chase even more perilous. Michael, fueled by a mixture of fear and adrenaline, pushed himself to the limit. He knew these woods like the back of his hand, but even he felt a sense of disorientation as he navigated the tangled undergrowth. The darkness seemed to play tricks on his eyes, making every shadow seem like a lurking figure, every rustle of leaves like the clown's sinister laughter. The rangers' radios crackled with static, their voices distorted and faint. They struggled to maintain communication, their words lost in the dense foliage. The sense of isolation grew with every step, each ranger feeling like a lone hunter stalking a phantom prey. John, leading the pursuit, held his flashlight high, its beam cutting through the darkness. He scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of the clown. But the creature seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of its passage. The rangers pressed on, their determination unwavering. They refused to let the clown escape, to leave it free to terrorize others. They were the guardians of this forest, and they would not let it fall prey to the clutches of evil. As they ventured deeper into the redwood labyrinth, a sense of dread settled over them. The forest seemed to be alive, its shadows whispering secrets, its trees watching their every move. The rangers felt a growing sense of vulnerability, as if they were being hunted, not the hunters. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. One of the rangers, a young man named Tom, stumbled out of the darkness, his face contorted in terror. He pointed towards a thicket of ferns, his voice trembling. "There. I saw it. The clown." The rangers rushed towards the thicket, their weapons raised. They parted the ferns, their flashlights illuminating the space beyond. But there was nothing there. The clown had vanished once again, leaving only a lingering sense of dread and the echo of Tom's terrified scream. Panic started to set in. The rangers, their formation broken by the chase and Tom's fright, huddled together, their flashlights creating a frantic dance of light and shadow. John, his face grim, tried to restore order, but the fear was contagious. "Stay calm," he yelled over the rising murmur of anxious voices. "We stick together, back to back. Nobody wanders off alone." They moved forward cautiously, their backs pressed against each other, forming a tight circle of defense. The forest seemed to press in on them, the darkness alive with unseen eyes and rustling whispers. Suddenly, Michael felt a cold breath on the back of his neck. He whirled around, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. But there was nothing there. Just the gnarled trunk of a redwood, its bark twisted into a grotesque mockery of a face. He tried to shake off the feeling of being watched, but it clung to him like a shroud. He scanned the surrounding trees, his heart pounding in his chest. Then he saw it. A flicker of movement in the shadows. A glimpse of white, a flash of that horrifying grin. The clown. It was moving between the trees, circling them, its movements silent and fluid, like a predator stalking its prey. It was toying with them, enjoying their fear. Michael raised his flashlight, trying to keep the clown in its beam. But the creature was too quick, too elusive. It darted from shadow to shadow, its grin a fleeting phantom in the darkness. Then, it struck. With a terrifying speed, it lunged from the shadows, its long arms reaching out like claws. It grabbed one of the rangers, a burly man named Steve, and dragged him screaming into the darkness. The other rangers opened fire, their tranquilizer guns spitting darts into the night. But the clown was gone, vanished into the labyrinth of trees, taking its victim with it. The clearing fell silent, the only sound the echo of Steve's fading screams. The rangers stood frozen, their faces pale with horror. They had lost one of their own. The remaining rangers, their numbers dwindled and their spirits broken, retreated from the clearing. They carried Tom, who was in shock, his eyes wide with terror and his body trembling uncontrollably. The forest seemed to mock their retreat, its shadows whispering with the laughter of the clown. They stumbled back to the ranger station, their flashlights casting long, eerie shadows that danced and distorted in their fear-filled vision. The once familiar path seemed alien and menacing, every tree and rock taking on a sinister aspect. Back at the station, the atmosphere was heavy with grief and despair. John, his face etched with lines of exhaustion and worry, tried to rally his remaining men. But the loss of Steve had shaken them to their core. They had faced danger before, but never anything like this. Michael, haunted by the image of Steve being dragged into the darkness, felt a growing sense of responsibility. He had been the first to encounter the clown, and he felt that it was his duty to stop it, to prevent any further tragedies. He spent the rest of the night poring over maps of the park, searching for any clue, any pattern that might lead him to the clown's lair. He studied the terrain, the vegetation, the animal trails, hoping to find something that would give him an edge. As the hours passed, a grim determination settled over him. He would not rest until he had found the clown and brought it to justice. He would avenge Steve's death and protect the park from this evil presence. But as he delved deeper into his search, a disturbing thought crept into his mind. What if the clown was not just a creature of the forest, but something more sinister? What if it was a manifestation of the darkness within the park itself, a reflection of the fear and despair that had taken root in the hearts of the rangers? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that he was not just hunting the clown, but being hunted by it, drawn deeper into its web of madness. Driven by a desperate need for answers and fueled by a growing obsession, Michael ventured back into the redwood forest alone. He carried with him not only his ranger gear but also a heavy burden of guilt and fear. He felt responsible for Steve's death, convinced that he had led his fellow rangers into a trap. He trekked deep into the wilderness, following a hunch, an intuition that pulled him towards a secluded area of the park known as the Whispering Pines. This area, shrouded in legend and folklore, was said to be a place of strange occurrences and unsettling energy. As he entered the Whispering Pines, a palpable sense of dread washed over him. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, the silence broken only by the creaking of the ancient pines and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. He pressed on, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the gnarled trunks and twisted branches of the pines. The forest seemed to watch him, its shadows whispering secrets he couldn't comprehend. Then he saw it. A clearing bathed in an eerie moonlight, a circle of ancient stones arranged in a macabre pattern. And in the center of the clearing, the clown. It stood motionless, its white face gleaming in the moonlight, its grin a grotesque invitation to madness. It seemed to be waiting for him, its presence a beacon of darkness in the heart of the forest. Michael approached cautiously, his heart pounding in his chest. He felt a strange pull towards the clown, a compulsion he couldn't resist. It was as if the creature was drawing him in, beckoning him to join its twisted game. He stepped into the clearing, his boots crunching on the dry leaves. The clown turned its head, its black eyes locking onto his. A low chuckle echoed through the clearing, a sound that chilled him to the bone. Michael raised his gun, his finger trembling on the trigger. He aimed at the clown, his mind a whirlwind of fear and determination. "This ends now," he whispered, his voice hoarse with emotion. The clown's grin widened, its eyes gleaming with malice. It took a step towards him, its arms outstretched, its long fingers twitching like claws. Michael fired. The gunshot echoed through the clearing, shattering the silence. The clown stumbled back, its white face stained with crimson. But it didn't fall. It stood there, its grin unwavering, its eyes burning with an unholy light. It raised its hand, its long fingers reaching out towards Michael. Michael felt a surge of terror, a primal fear that gripped his soul. He turned to flee, but it was too late. The clown's hand closed around his throat, its grip like iron. Michael struggled, gasping for air, but the clown's strength was overwhelming. He felt his consciousness fading, the darkness closing in. The last thing he saw was the clown's grinning face, its eyes filled with triumph. The forest had claimed another victim. The humidity hit me like a wall the second I stepped out of my truck. Sweat instantly beaded on my forehead, and I could already feel my uniform sticking to my back. "Welcome to the Okefenokee," I muttered to myself, swatting away a mosquito the size of a small bird. This was it, my first day as a fully fledged park ranger. After months of training, I was finally assigned to one of the most remote and, let's be honest, creepy places in the entire United States. The Okefenokee Swamp. Just the name sent shivers down most people's spines. But me? I was excited. Sure, I heard all the stories, the swamp which will lure travelers to their deaths, the Rougarou, a werewolf-like creature said to roam the swamps, and the hunters who ventured in and were never seen again. But those were just stories, right? Folklore to scare tourists. I was a man of science, a ranger trained in wilderness survival and wildlife management. I wasn't going to let a few spooky tales get to me. My assignment was simple: patrol the eastern edge of the swamp, monitor wildlife activity, and report any unusual sightings. Easy peasy. Except, maybe not so easy when you're alone in a vast, primordial swamp with nothing but the sounds of buzzing insects and croaking frogs for company. As I loaded up my backpack with supplies, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me from the shadows. But there was nothing there. Just the endless expanse of black water, cypress trees draped in Spanish moss, and the oppressive silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. I set off down the trail, my boots sinking into the soft, muddy ground. The sun beat down mercilessly, and the air was thick with the smell of decaying vegetation. It was beautiful, in a strange, unsettling kind of way. Like stepping back in time to a world before humans. By late afternoon, I found a decent spot to set up camp for the night. It was a small clearing on a slightly elevated patch of ground, surrounded by a thick stand of cypress trees. I pitched my tent, started a small fire, and cooked up a simple meal of freeze-dried chili. As I ate, I couldn't help but think about the stories I heard. The swamp witch, the rougarou. I tried to laugh them off, but the setting sun cast long, eerie shadows that danced and twisted in the firelight, making it hard to completely dismiss my fears. Just as I was starting to relax, a sound pierced the stillness of the evening. It was a scream. A blood-curdling, terrified scream that echoed through the trees, sending chills down my spine. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. What the hell was that? Adrenaline jolted me into action. I grabbed my flashlight and my ranger-issued sidearm, my hands shaking. That scream, it sounded human. It sounded like someone was in serious trouble. I had to do something. I followed the sound, pushing through the thick undergrowth, my flashlight beam dancing across the gnarled branches and tangled vines. The swamp seemed to close in around me, the darkness pressing down like a suffocating blanket. The sounds of the night, the croaking frogs, the chirping crickets, were all amplified, each rustle and snap making me jump. After what felt like an eternity, I stumbled upon a clearing. And that's when I saw it. A campsite, abandoned and in ruins. The tent was ripped to shreds, supplies scattered everywhere, and a half-eaten can of beans lay overturned on the ground. But there was no sign of the campers. My heart sank. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. I scanned the area with my flashlight, looking for any clue as to what happened. And then I saw it. A backpack, lying near the edge of the clearing. It was covered in blood. I cautiously approached the backpack, my stomach churning. I didn't want to look inside, but I knew I had to. I unzipped it slowly, and my breath caught in my throat. Inside, nestled amongst the camping gear, was a severed hand. A human hand. I stumbled back, dropping the backpack in horror. Nausea welled up in my throat, and I could feel the blood draining from my face. This was no animal attack. This was something far worse. I forced myself to take a deep breath and try to think rationally. Who were these people? What happened to them? And what the hell was lurking in this swamp? I noticed something carved into the trunk of a nearby cypress tree. It was a strange symbol, a circle with a line through it, and what looked like claws extending from the sides. I'd never seen anything like it before. As I was examining the symbol, I heard a rustling in the undergrowth behind me. Something large was moving through the trees, its branches snapping and leaves crunching under its weight. I spun around, my flashlight beam searching the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. Whatever it was big. And it was close. I backed away from the cypress tree, my eyes glued to the spot where I'd heard the rustling. My heart hammered against my ribs, and my breath came in ragged gasps. I felt completely exposed, vulnerable. The swamp, once beautiful and serene, now felt menacing and predatory. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered me. But I knew I wasn't alone. Something was out there, watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I decided to get the hell out of there. I turned to go, and that's when I saw him. An old man, standing at the edge of the clearing, seemingly materialized from thin air. He was tall and gaunt, with a long, scraggly beard and a single, piercing blue eye. The other eye was covered with a ragged patch. He wore faded overalls and a battered straw hat, and he leaned heavily on a gnarled walking stick. "Didn't your mama ever tell you not to wander in the swamp at night?" he rasped, his voice like dry leaves crackling underfoot. I jumped, startled by his sudden appearance. "Who are you?" I asked, my hand instinctively reaching for my sidearm. "Just an old man who knows these woods," he replied, his single eye fixed on me with an unsettling intensity. "And I'm telling you, son, you need to leave. This ain't no place for a city boy like you." "I'm a park ranger," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I'm here to patrol the area." The old man chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "Patrol," he said. "You can't patrol what you can't see. This swamp, she's got secrets. Secrets that'll swallow you whole." He took a step closer, and I could smell the pungent odor of wood smoke and something else, something wild and musky. "That mark you saw on the tree," he said, pointing his walking stick towards the cypress. "That's a warning. A mark of the beast." "The beast?" I repeated, my mind racing. "What beast?" The old man's eye narrowed. "The swamp's hungry, son," he said, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Always hungry. And it don't discriminate between day and night." He turned to go, disappearing into the shadows as quickly as he had appeared. I called after him, wanting to know more, but he was gone. Vanished without a trace. I stood there for a moment, my mind reeling. Who was that old man? What did he know about the swamp? And what the hell was the beast he was talking about? I glanced back at the ravaged campsite, the blood-soaked backpack, and the strange symbol carved into the tree. A shiver ran down my spine. The old man was right. This was no place for a city boy. I needed to get out of there. Now! The old man's words echoed in my head as I stumbled back through the swamp. The swamp's hungry, son. Always hungry. Great, just great. Not only was I potentially dealing with some kind of swamp monster, but it was apparently always on the prowl, day or night. Fantastic. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger. Every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see that thing emerge from the darkness. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, casting long, ominous shadows across the murky water. The swamp was alive with unseen eyes. I could feel it. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion. But the feeling of dread only intensified. I felt like prey, trapped in a haunting ground where I was hopelessly outmatched. I checked my compass, hoping to get my bearings and find my way back to the trail. But the needle was spinning wildly, pointing in every direction at once. I cursed under my breath and pulled out my GPS device. The screen flickered erratically, displaying a jumbled mess of coordinates. Damn it! My compass was useless, and my GPS was fried. I was lost. Panic started to set in. I was alone, lost in the Okefenokee swamp, with night fast approaching and God knows what lurking in the shadows. I forced myself to take a deep breath and try to stay calm. Panicking wouldn't help. I needed to think clearly. I decided to follow the setting sun, hoping it would lead me west, towards the edge of the swamp. I trudged through the thick undergrowth, my boots sinking into the mud with every step. The air grew heavier, the humidity clinging to me like a second skin. I could feel the sweat trickling down my back, mingling with the grime and the fear that clung to me like a shroud. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. The light faded quickly, and the swamp was plunged into darkness. I switched on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom like a lifeline. But it only illuminated a small circle of the surrounding darkness, leaving the rest to my imagination. And my imagination was running wild. The darkness was absolute. My flashlight beam, pathetically weak in the face of the overwhelming blackness, only seemed to emphasize the vastness of the swamp around me. I stumbled blindly through the undergrowth, my hands outstretched, feeling for branches, vines, anything to keep me from falling flat on my face in the muck. Thorns tore at my clothes and skin, leaving angry red welts. I could feel the blood trickling down my arms, but I didn't dare stop to examine the damage. I had to keep moving. The feeling of being watched, hunted, was almost unbearable. Every snap of a twig, every rustle in the leaves, sent a jolt of fear through me. I pushed my way through a curtain of hanging moss, and suddenly I was in a different world. The trees here were thicker, their branches twisted and gnarled, forming a dense canopy that blocked out what little moonlight there was. The air was thick and heavy, with a cloying sweetness that made it hard to breathe. Vines, thick as my arm, snaked across the ground, their thorns gleaming menacingly in the dim light of my flashlight. I tried to back away, but it was too late. I was trapped. The thicket had closed in around me, a living cage with no escape. Panic clawed at my throat. I thrashed against the vines, trying to break free, but they only tightened their grip. The thorns dug deeper into my flesh, and I cried out in pain and frustration. I was exhausted, terrified, and completely lost. The swamp had me now. There was no escape. And then I saw them. Two glowing red eyes, watching me from the depths of the thicket. They were like burning coals, filled with malice and hunger. I froze, my blood turning to ice in my veins. Whatever was out there, it was close. Too close. The eyes blinked, and a low growl rumbled through the thicket. I could feel the ground vibrate beneath my feet. Something big was moving towards me, its breath hot and fetid on the air. I was going to die here. Alone, in the darkness, devoured by some creature from a nightmare. But then, a flicker of defiance sparked within me. I wasn't going down without a fight. I fumbled for my sidearm, my fingers closing around the cold steel of the grip. I raised the gun, aiming it towards the glowing eyes. "Come and get me, you bastard!" I yelled, my voice hoarse with fear and desperation. The growl intensified, and the creature moved closer. I could hear its heavy breathing, its claws scraping against the bark of the trees. It was almost upon me. I squeezed the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the swamp, the sound deafening in the confined space of the thicket. I held my breath, my fingers still on the trigger, waiting for something to happen. But the only sound was the ringing in my ears and the frantic pounding of my heart. Then, slowly, the creature emerged from the shadows. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before, a horrifying amalgamation of wolf, man, and alligator. Its fur was matted and tangled, its skin a sickly greenish gray. Its eyes, those glowing red eyes that had haunted my nightmares, were fixed on me with a predatory intensity. Its snout was long and alligator-like, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its claws, long and curved like sickles, scraped against the ground as it moved. The rougarou, the legendary swamp monster. It was real. It circled me slowly, its massive form a terrifying silhouette against the darkness. It snarled, a deep, guttural sound that vibrated through my bones. I could smell its breath, a foul stench of rotting flesh and swamp water. I raised my gun again, my hand shaking. I knew it was useless. A single bullet wouldn't stop this thing. But I had to try. I had to do something. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from my face. I screamed and stumbled back, tripping over a tangle of vines. I fell to the ground, my gun skittering away into the darkness. I was helpless. Completely and utterly helpless. The creature loomed over me, its shadow engulfing me. I could feel its hot breath on my face, its fetid stench filling my nostrils. Its eyes, those glowing red eyes, bored into mine, filled with a cold, calculating hunger. This was it. This was the end. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But it didn't come. I opened my eyes slowly, cautiously. The creature was still there, but it hadn't attacked. It was sniffing the air, its head tilted to one side, as if it was confused. Then I realized what was happening. It couldn't see me. Not clearly, anyway. The darkness was too thick, and my scent was masked by the thick vegetation and the mud. I held my breath, praying that it wouldn't sense my presence. But then, I heard a faint clicking sound. The creature's claws were scraping against the ground, searching for me. I had to do something. Anything. But what? My mind raced, desperately trying to come up with a plan. I couldn't stay here, that much was certain. The creature would find me eventually. I had to move, but where? And how? Then I remembered the old man's words, the swamp's hungry, son. He hadn't just been talking about the creature. He'd been talking about the swamp itself. This whole place was a predator, a living entity that consumed everything in its path. And that gave me an idea. A crazy, desperate idea. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the pain from the thorns that tore at my flesh. I had to get away from this thicket, find somewhere to hide. Somewhere the creature couldn't reach me. I ran, blindly, recklessly, crashing through the undergrowth. Branches whipped at my face, vines snagged at my feet, but I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The creature was close behind. I could hear its heavy breathing, its claws scraping against the bark of the trees. I stumbled into a clearing, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. But there was no time to stop. I had to keep moving. I saw a hollowed-out log lying on the ground, its entrance dark and inviting. It was a long shot, but it was my only chance. I dove into the log, squeezing my body into the narrow space. It was a tight fit, but I managed to wriggle my way inside. I lay there, panting, my heart pounding like a drum. I listened intently, straining to hear any sound of the creature. But there was only silence. Had I lost it? Or was it still out there, waiting for me to emerge? I didn't know. But I couldn't stay here forever. Sooner or later, I would have to come out. And then I remembered something else the old man had said. It don't discriminate between day and night. That meant the creature could still see in the dark. Which meant... I fumbled in my pockets, my fingers searching frantically for something, anything, that might help. And then I found it. A small can of bear mace, buried deep in the bottom of my backpack. I'd completely forgotten about it. I pulled the can out, my hand shaking with excitement. This could work. It had to work. I held my breath and sprayed the mace into the darkness of the log. The pungent smell filled the air, burning my eyes and throat. I coughed and sputtered, but I didn't stop spraying. Then I heard it. A roar filled with rage and frustration. The creature was still out there, but it was backing away. The mace was working. I kept spraying until the can was empty. Then I collapsed back into the log, exhausted but triumphant. I had done it. I had survived. For now. The adrenaline that had kept me going finally wore off, leaving me weak and trembling. I lay in the hollow log, my body aching, my mind reeling from the encounter with the rougarou. I was alive, but for how long? I knew I couldn't stay in the log forever. I had to find my way out of this swamp, get back to civilization. But how? I was lost, injured, and alone. I crawled out of the log, my movements stiff and painful. The swamp was silent now, the only sound the chirping of crickets and the occasional croak of a frog. The darkness was still thick, but the moon had risen, casting an eerie glow over the water. I stumbled through the undergrowth, following the faint trail I had made earlier. I didn't know where I was going, but I had to keep moving. I couldn't stay here, waiting for the creature to return. After what felt like hours, I saw a light in the distance. A campfire. Could it be? Were there other people out here? I hurried towards the light, my heart filled with hope. As I got closer, I could hear voices. Laughter. Music. I emerged from the trees and saw a campsite. A group of young people were sitting around a campfire, drinking beer and singing along to a guitar. They looked carefree, oblivious to the danger lurking in the shadows. I approached them cautiously, my voice hoarse. "Hey," I said. "Can you help me? I'm lost." They looked up at me, their faces a mixture of surprise and amusement. "Lost," one of them said, a girl with long blonde hair. "How'd you get lost out here?" "I'm a park ranger," I said, trying to explain. "I was on patrol, and I got separated from my group." They laughed. "Separated from your group?" the girl said. "There's no other rangers out here. You're the only one." I felt a surge of panic. They didn't believe me. "You don't understand," I said. "There's something out here. Something dangerous." They exchanged glances, their smiles fading. "What are you talking about?" a guy with a beard asked. "The Rougarou," I said. "It's real. I saw it. It attacked me." They burst into laughter again. "The Rougarou," the girl said. "That's just a story to scare kids." "No, it's not," I insisted. "It's real. You have to believe me." But they didn't. They thought I was crazy. They told me to go away, to leave them alone. I stood there, watching them, my heart sinking. They were doomed. They didn't know what was coming. And then I saw it. A shadow moving in the trees behind them. The creature. It was back. I opened my mouth to warn them, but it was too late. The creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut around the girl's throat. Her screams echoed through the swamp, cut short by a sickening crunch. The others scattered, their laughter turning to screams of terror. But there was nowhere to run. The creature was upon them, its claws tearing, its teeth ripping. I turned away, unable to watch the carnage. I stumbled back into the darkness, the screams of the campers ringing in my ears. I ran. I didn't look back. The screams of the campers echoed in my ears, a horrifying soundtrack to my desperate flight. I stumbled through the swamp, my feet slipping on the muddy ground, my lungs burning. The moon was hidden behind a thick layer of clouds, plunging the swamp into darkness. I could barely see where I was going, but I didn't care. I just had to get away. Away from the creature, away from the carnage, away from the swamp itself. But the swamp had other plans. I tripped over a root, falling headlong into the murky water. I gasped as the cold water enveloped me, the stench of decay filling my nostrils. I struggled to my feet, my clothes heavy and waterlogged. I looked around, my heart sinking. I was surrounded by water. There was no escape. I waded through the water, the darkness pressing in on me from all sides. I could hear the creature moving through the trees, its heavy breathing getting closer. I was trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. I sank to my knees in the water, my strength finally giving out. I was exhausted, injured, and defeated. The swamp had won. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it didn't come. I opened my eyes slowly, cautiously. The creature was standing on the bank, its eyes glowing red in the darkness. It was watching me, its jaws open in a silent snarl. But it didn't attack. It just stood there, watching me. I realized then that there was no escape. The swamp had me now. It was just toying with me, letting me suffer before it delivered the final blow. I closed my eyes again, tears streaming down my face. I thought of my family, my friends, my life outside this swamp. I thought of all the things I would never get to do, all the dreams I would never get to fulfill. And then I heard a sound. A low, guttural growl. But it wasn't coming from the creature. I opened my eyes and saw another pair of glowing eyes in the darkness. These eyes were yellow, not red. And they were filled with a different kind of hunger. A larger shadow emerged from the trees. Another creature. Bigger, more powerful than the rougarou. The two creatures faced each other, their growls echoing through the swamp. They circled each other, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Then they attacked. The swamp erupted in a cacophony of snarls, roars, and the sickening sounds of flesh tearing. I watched in horror as the two creatures fought, their massive forms thrashing through the undergrowth. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew one thing: I had to get out of there. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my legs pumping, my lungs burning. I didn't look back. I didn't care where I was going. I just had to get away. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, collapsing on the muddy bank of the swamp. I lay there, gasping for breath, my body trembling. I had survived. But at what cost? The swamp was still out there, a dark and dangerous place. And I knew that I would never be the same. Dawn broke over the swamp, painting the sky in hues of gray and purple. I lay on the muddy bank, my body shivering, my mind numb. The events of the night played over and over in my head like a macabre film reel. The ravaged campsite, the blood-soaked backpack, the terrifying encounter with the rougarou, the screams of the campers, the battle between the two monsters. I couldn't believe any of it was real. It felt like a nightmare, a twisted hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion. But the deep ache in my bones, the cuts and bruises on my skin, the lingering stench of blood and decay in the air, all of it was a stark reminder that the horrors of the night were all too real. I slowly got to my feet, my legs shaky and weak. I looked around at the swamp, its beauty now tainted with a sinister edge. The Spanish moss hanging from the trees looked like ghostly shrouds, the still black water like a pool of secrets. I knew I had to get out of there. I had to find my way back to civilization, to the world of humans, where the sun shone brightly and the nights were safe. But as I took a step forward, I felt a sharp pain in my ankle. I looked down and saw that my boot was caught in a tangle of vines. I tried to pull it free, but the vines held fast. I bent down to untangle the vines, and that's when I saw it. A footprint in the mud. A huge, clawed footprint, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. My blood ran cold. The creature was still out there. It had been following me. I frantically tried to free my boot, but the vines were too strong. I was trapped. I looked up and saw the creature emerging from the trees. It was even bigger and more terrifying than I remembered, its eyes glowing red in the dim light. It approached me slowly, its jaws open in a silent snarl. I knew there was no escape. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But it didn't come. I opened my eyes slowly, cautiously. The creature was still there, but it wasn't attacking. It was just watching me, its eyes filled with a strange, almost mournful expression. Then it turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the swamp. I was left alone, trembling, my heart pounding in my chest. I had survived. But the swamp had left its mark on me, a deep and lasting scar. I finally managed to free my boot and limped away from the swamp, my mind filled with the horrors I had witnessed. I knew I would never be the same. The Okefenokee doesn't wait for night. It's a place of darkness and danger, where the line between reality and nightmare blurs. And I had learned that lesson the hard way.